Okay, if no other questions, thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for your time. Thank you. Please reach out to us for any help. I'll just give my cards to the relevant persons here. Please share your slides. Sure. Do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh, for the detailed presentation. I now request Mr. Thiru Srinivasan to felicitate Mantra. Sir.
Please, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next presentation is by Electra EV. I request Mr. Sambaya Chava, Procurement Head, to give us a presentation about Electra EV and their procurement requirements.
I think it's a small group, so I don't think I need a mic. Okay.
No.
Welcome.
They won't be.
Vanakkam and good morning, gentlemen and ladies. I come from Electra EV and worked about 25 years in the industry, starting with automotive and then aerospace, then now into EV segment on a period. Yeah. Okay, now it's audible? Okay, good. So in Electra EV, who we are? We are the first independent pure play EV powertrain, as a complete solution integrating. By the way, we are not the OEMs. We don't make the cars or autos ourselves, but we are the pure play EV powertrain solution providers. So we came with 48 volts, maybe in 2018. I don't know how many of you have heard about it. The first electrification is done nano, way back in 2018. So in a limited quantity which we supplied, then the journey started from there. Now we are proud to say that now the first company entire as an EV system to be certified by the ARI for FAME 2 level, which we received in the May month, just a month back, for 2 products. So third product most likely is going to come this month. So we made about 8,000, vehicles are running in the market with the Tigor, Tata Tigor name. And some of those cars have crossed 1.5 lakh kilometers. Known for safety, no incidents which is related to safety. So that proves that an Indian player with no knowledge, but with effort, with some support, can make it, safe products for India. So now we are getting into more, and so far we are associated with more of a Tata products, but now we have some 3-wheeler projects and some of those coming up in next 6 months. We will be having more customers apart from Tata Motors with us. So as you see, who are in summary, the company started by Mr. Ratan Tata at his personal capacity. It's not a Tata Group company. At a personal level, he had a vision to have an independent technology company in India which provides the solution for the world, not just for the Indian companies. So with that, we have started, and then we don't want to be a OEM ourselves as a product, but we want to be a OEM supplier as a system integrator. So that's kind of our core strength and which we want to carry forward. We don't want to divert making ourselves any vehicle. So we don't want to compete with Montreal or Tata Motors or for that matter any other future customers. We don't want to compete with them. We want to stick to our strength, core, integrate the system and give it to the OEMs as an overall product. That's where we are going to stand on that. So next. So you must be wondering now, it plays a very key role. And if you look at any EV segment, there are something called A-class parts, B-class parts, C-class parts. So when you look at A-class parts, those are like motors, cells, and gearbox, the tier first level, and there are some critical components like contactors and all. Those, yes, that requires a huge investment are the companies like Amar Raja or Exide or TVS Group. They're already working on putting up a cell factory or getting the new motor technology. But that value-wise may be high, maybe 60, 70% of the entire BOM cost is taken care by, or I would say contributed by those 7, 8 parts. The remaining 30, 40%, which is where we call it as a B and C class parts, where the MSME segment can play a quick role, without much burden of having too much capex investment or, So that's where I would say that, the parts which I have selected, you guys can look at it. With more here, capex investment is less, but here the time and process knowledge and effort is required here more. That's what I would, kind of say that these are like some bus bars which we can, kind of copper, which goes into mostly into the battery box, which we assemble in Coimbatore ourselves. And each one has its own process. If you look at it, tooling investment point of view, it will not be huge. But if you look at the process point of view, the effort required to make sample, try out, couple of iterations, yes, this requires that, where it fits into the, more into the MSME segment. So that's where you can collaborate, make it more viable. Next. So there's some of the sheet metal parts, the brackets, the battery box brackets and, all other things which will be having about 10 to 12% of the BOM cost comes from this commodity. So if there's 100 rupees as a product EV segment, about 10 to 12 rupees comes from this product, this particular commodity. You can go to the next. These are some of the injection molded parts, which we use it in various battery box as well as other systems. This will again have about 12 to 15% value of the product, broadly if you look at it. And these are something most of you guys are associated with automotive. You can make it, but you need to fine tune your process. Like, for example, IP67 is one of the bare requirement, fire retardant capability. So you need to fine tune the composition slightly different from your current automotive standards where you can make it. But it's not a new technology per se, but it's more of a fine tuning and meeting to the requirements. So these are some of the aluminum machine parts, pressure die cast parts. Again, there's nothing too big. This contributes about 15% of the, if you look at the entire BOM cost, which is easier for you guys to pick it up and do it. So what is the critical requirements? Well, the process-wise, yes, most of you are already supplying to ISO standards. Most of you are into automotive, so the basic ISO standard quality requirements, I'm sure all of you are meeting. When it comes to the specific to the EV segment as a system level, the key comes is the leak factor, like all these goes into the safety, battery boxes, the parts what you supply. At while system level, we do the testing, but the accuracies required in that component level should be such that they meet the IP67. There are some special processes like CED and PVC coating. Yes, there are few suppliers who are doing it, but this requires, most 90% of the parts requires these special processes. Without that, it will not go through. And special grade raw material like copper and aluminum, like bus bars are made in India, but still the sheet, the base sheet is still imported from China. So we are talking to Indian companies to make those grades, even aluminum, because these are such that 15 years they have to be corrosion resistant. The aluminum and copper, which goes into the battery box, has to be 15 years, because imagine we are using the cells. Disposing the cells is again a big challenge. So the life, we cannot keep on replacing in 5 years. The minimum required is 15 years. They should be withstanding the corrosion resistance. Again, in India, we have different regions. Chennai and Bombay, more prone for corrosion because of the weather. A product running maybe in Bangalore or Hyderabad can go up to 25 years or 20 years, but the one which is running in Chennai and Bombay, even getting 10 to 15 years itself is very difficult. So that's where the expertise is required, collaboration is required to work together, identify the right kind of material, work with the mills, steel mills to find out what they can do, tweak it in their process, chemical composition. And this is where China controls their edge. Because over a period of time, they did that work, and it's nothing. It looked like a simple grade aluminum 6062, but they will never reveal what that composition of lead, copper, what goes as a percentage. That research, there is no other way than in India we doing it if you want to be the world leaders in that, because that's what is going to determine the life and warranty of the parts. So it has to be done, there is no other option. Otherwise, we continue to depend on other countries for that. And they will never going to give it, because it's not something, that's all they spend the money and effort to develop. Yeah. So key challenges, being a new industry, new technology coming in, so the rapid prototyping development is required very fast, because the design itself is not frozen. When we put some, systems in the thing, then the feedback, and we can't allow the vehicles on the road to stand if there is a feedback comes. So how fast we can adapt to the, the field issues, how fast we close it is one of the key. And being a system company, we have to depend on our suppliers. We don't make anything ourselves manufacture in-house. We integrate system level. So we don't make any press components, we don't do any machining. We buy, we integrate, we test it, and then give it to the customer. So that how fast the suppliers will react to the changes is more going to play a role. Initial investment on the tools and process equipment, yes, the tools is more or less taken care by the OEs or the tier 1 companies, but the process equipment is something needs to be pulled. That's where really what comes, Mr. Srinivasan has mentioned, pooling the resources. Say if TA is playing Electra EVs, if we can come together, say, okay, these are the processes which is lacking in India, probably both the OEMs can go to the same one supplier and say, look, you put the investment, we are going to have it with you. I think that's what I think these kind of discussions will facilitate. Otherwise, for one company to put for these volumes, it's not going to be viable financially for MSME suppliers. But if 2-3 companies comes together and say, okay, look, we need this special CED coating, or we need this special PVC. TA is going to use the same, Electra EV is going to use the same, and one more company, Switch Mobility or somebody, 3 companies say, we are going to give you the business, put it, then it makes viable. Because probably it is going to take another maybe 10 years to reach the volumes. I'll just remember when I started in 2000 my career. In 90s, how automotive IC engines has gone through initially, the way they've struggled for the volumes to put the capex. We are going through the same thing now. That's what I can clearly say after journey 25 years into automotive I worked. When I started, it was in the middle of it. Everybody used to say, oh, I need to put 2 crores, is the volumes are there? Can I get ROI in 5 years or not? But then it took, but it is matured, by middle of 2005, everything started made in India. With that learning, how we can accelerate the EV journey in India is going to be very critical. Otherwise, we will be losing the time. Other countries or globally people will gain that advantage. So Coimbatore, whatever motor association, I'm little bit aware of it, what is going on, because we are part of it. But those are required more and more. It's required more and more, so that it makes financial viable for the companies, MSME companies, to put up that. To be honest, even the big companies are, struggling to put that kind of a capex and wait for 5 years, 10 years for the volumes to pick up. But then if there's a concerted effort from the OEMs, like who are in like Mahindras, like TA, Tatas, if they can say these are the 5-6 key process technology we want to bring and identify 4-5 suppliers and put all the business there, then it makes a lot of sense to go. I think that's where as the industry OEMs kind of initiated to be done, then it makes financial viable rather than importing. Even volumes are low. Like I have 10,000, like we make about now 1,200 vehicle sets a month now. Similarly, if TI makes some more and then Mahindra's three-wheeler makes, if three can come, encourage a one supplier saying that, okay, you invest, we have, together we may have 50,000 volumes. If individually you put only 10, 15,000. I think that we need to do it, I'm sure with more meetings and interactions that is going to come in shortly, that kind of a discussions. Thank you, that's all I have it, and any questions you want to know? So by the way, I'm happy to say we have about 40 suppliers within Tamil Nadu who supplies to us. So it's not that, the bus bars, which 3-4 years back we were importing, but now is made in here locally. So I look for more and more suppliers to be onboarded.
Kindly talk about electronics. You have BMS.
Yes,
Can you talk about electronics? We have some battery equipment suppliers also who have come.
okay, good.
So you can talk about that.
Yes. So fortunately, I worked in an EMS company before I joined Electra EV. So I can talk. See, if you look at the electronics in EV system, there are basically 3 systems which controls the entire vehicle, because we integrated the system. One is the BMS, battery management system. You see a big battery box, which is maybe half meter by half meter size. But really the entire system is controlled by 150 mm by 150 mm, a small BMS board. That's it. The entire cells and all is like, for me, without that control, all dead. They're no use. So this is small. And I'm happy to say now, still now we are importing from China. And in another 2-3 months, that BMS system is going to be made in India with Indian technology, developed by a startup company in Bangalore. It's a fully local, designed, tried in the Indian market, proven, and getting into production by September, October. There's a first.
Fantastic.
I don't think as of now there is no good BM other than two-wheelers. When it comes to four-wheeler and heavy things, no BMS that design is available. But yes, we have proven. We have run about 20,000 kilometers on the cars, proven, and it's got into pilot. By September, October, it gets into. So there is a design house, and it's a small team of 8 to 10 people who worked for 7 years. And Electra EV is proud to say from day one we were with them. 7 years, 2 budding entrepreneurs in their 35 years came out of their job, started in Bangalore. Then Electra EV was their first, and then continue, and now they are getting into the market. So that's one system, and then manufacturing is going to happen. They are not going to put up their manufacturing. That opportunity is given for one more EMS company. So I think most likely that EMS company is going to have a factory in Hosur in next 6 months. So that's how it is. The second one is what we call as a vehicle control unit. Battery control unit, which takes care of the cells, all those power, temperature management. Vehicle control unit, which takes care of the steering interface, the drivability. Again, that's a Electra EV design, manufactured in India by one more EMS company. So 2 key systems are VCU, vehicle control unit, is already with Electra EV design, made in India for last 2.5-3 years. BMS is going to get into production in next 2 to 3 months. The third system, what we call as motor control unit, MCU, which is one more key element of between the battery and electric motor, or gearbox integration. I would say it is made in India, but not designed in India. It is still a foreign company, but they have a facility in India. But when we are working with this Coimbatore cluster, it is not just the motor. We are looping in some Indian companies who will also do the MCU design of it. So hopefully 1 year from now, we don't have to depend on the only MNC which can support. We can have one more Indian company, designed in India, made in India. Because believe me, all these systems, VCU, when we used to import and use it, the kind of failures we used to see, because those are tested for China, US, or Europe, they don't fit into Indian condition. The failure rate used to be 7%, 10%, the temperature, the dust, the water entries. We were having a hell of a problem. Once we introduced VCU, last 1.5 years, I forgot, I never heard about warranty failure coming in. And BMS, same thing. It's made in China, designed in US. We continue to see the problems. But when we made in India, the kind of that startup company took the effort to go to all the way to Rajasthan to test at the dust condition of the desert and then prove. And the kind of flooding it happens in Bombay during rainy season where your water comes off of the car. So those kind of the things you get as additional things when you do it in India, the testing, people knows it, what we have gone through. So I'm expecting BMS, yes, we will come out of all the fields. So that's one added advantage OEMs will get. If you design, test it for Indian conditions, believe me, if you test it, anything which passes Indian conditions, globally it will meet. I don't see any reason why it cannot meet in globally, because we have in India every condition, like whether it's the weather, whether it's whatnot, we go through the way we use the vehicles is entirely different compared to West. So that's kind of thing. So for the electronics and EMS, we have the manufacturing capability in India. What we need to build on is the design capability. We have plenty of EMS companies, box build companies available in Chennai, Hosur, Bangalore, or Gurgaon. There are plenty of companies. But what we are lagging is the design capability. That's where I gave one company example of Bangalore. We need that kind of a small teams come up, form those design houses and work for 5 to 7 years. It's not going to happen in 1-2 years. Even if a big company like Tata Motors or Maruti Suzuki will come and want to do that, not going to work. You need more agile, a small, faster decision-making team or companies, small companies with 2 entrepreneurs who are starting with 5, 6 fresh college graduates also is okay. You need that kind of a setup to get into this design. And we are seeing the outcome of it. What I said, 7 years, that particular team in Bangalore has worked. Now they are able to give the world-class BMS system. And VCU, we worked ourselves. Now the MCU is another one, which is going to happen shortly. So it's going to happen. And the second one, which is, I would say in the EV segment, is a lot of harnesses. Okay? Harness cables are developed now. Tata Motors themselves has taken that initiative. There's a lot of, we have in Pondicherry or Bombay, a lot of these harness companies were approved. The connectors, which is a quick, where you need some amount of capex, that's where there are multiple, like the OEMs, every OEM uses their own connector, Tyco connector, this connector, X, Y, Z. If those can be standardized, like now the charging, mobile charging in Europe, they are saying it has to be only the C-type. Something we need to do in India for these, otherwise what happens, it does not become viable for these kind of volumes to have different kind of connectors in the EV segment, in the harnesses, cables. So there's one more area, if it works, then that will come into MSMEs. I think that little bit focus, whoever, I am not sure if there are harness suppliers in this group, but if that can be done, it's a huge value. Each harness like 8,000, 9,000, in the 2,000, 3,000 is only connectors.
Yes.
There's nothing else. 30-40% of the value is only connectors. All it requires is 1 year of effort of nitty-gritty tooling, nothing else. In the design also not complicated. It's only the tooling, the shape, the very thin wall thickness of that thing. If somebody experts in tooling, you can just take a current connector, just reverse engineer and then produce it. But that effort need to be little bit taken by MSMEs. Because in big companies, it is impossible because they have so many other priorities to spend. But these, if you pick up 1-2 years, if you put your effort, not more money, but more on the resources and design, then you'll be able to do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I wanted to bring this out, not to diminish whatever we are doing here in all the other. We talk about electric, the typical mechanical cost is now smaller because the larger cost goes into cells and electronics and things like that. I really want to encourage people to start looking at it, not to give up your current business, but look at it very seriously. You know, the Coimbatore cluster has been very smart in bringing the electronics people also in, and I've seen companies coming in from the equipment side, the electronic side also. And connectors and wiring harness is a easy adoption. At the end of the day, connector is nothing but sheet metal that's insert molded, to really make it very simply. But we import all our connectors today. The only small connector manufacturing that you see today is when Tyco Electronics was associated with, we established a facility in Cochin. There's a small connector manufacturing facility there, but we should be able to do it large. I'm very, very open to helping because we spend way too much money on connectors, importing connectors. This is something we can easily do ourselves. I'm going to stop here, but encourage you guys to ask questions. I've moved the discussion towards electronics, but just want to make sure that you're aware.
So, as far as the modules is concerned, does it is the stage arrived for maturity of standardization?
The battery modules,
Not only battery modules, motor ratings, and their specifications, controllers.
I would say, at least what we work on a three-wheeler and four-wheeler, I would say we're pretty much there. But again, what happens now, most of the OEMs are trying to integrate the EV in their current platforms. So you have a challenge of size to fit it within available space. But pretty much we are able to do that. And I don't see a big challenge there. The challenge what we see is the size, basically, to accommodate. But if you ask the motor specifications, do we know? I would say pretty much we know. What requires now after 6-7 years of journey, we know what a EV motor requires, what torque levels, at what RPMs. We know pretty much. That's a learning. Like as I said, we are the first pure EV play Indian company. We are fortunate to have the Tata Motors blessings to learn. Honestly, I'm telling you, if otherwise, it's impossible. We learned it the hard way. We failed, we learned what works, which motor, we have collaborated. We buy the motors in India, by the way, we don't import. We buy in India. So we learned it. So we know pretty much what is required. That's what I said when Coimbatore, days back, they called me, they need one motor or one MCU. I said, yes, we are more than happy to give. We gave. And this is going to happen. Huh? It is not for the motor, but it is for MCU, like motor control unit. We want to make it in India, design in India now. And we are putting that effort. And I'm pretty sure in 1 year, there will be 1 or 2 companies in India who comes up.
Yes, sir. Even this standardization, what you are talking about, even we did it in our pump industry very recently.
Yeah.
That is, earlier everyone was having their own design, their own spec, and the cost was going up. In our supply chain, our vendors were telling that for this small volume, it is not possible.
Yeah.
Now we have made one product of this submersible pumps, and we standardized the design and made a cluster, and we have given the task to, this is what Mr. Thiru was advising us for last 1.5 years whenever we had the discussion. So we could able to actually bring down the cost by around more than 10 to 12%. And 10 to 12% is a huge cost. And because of that, the marketability of the product had grown multifold.
See, one thing I'll very clearly say, right now the EV segment is surviving on government subsidy. Let me be very blunt and honest. If EV, any customer is buying, whether it's a car or whether it's a three-wheeler or anything, is just because of there's a government subsidy to the tune of 15-20%. Do you think government will be able to do this forever? Maybe 2 years, 3 years? In next 2 to 3 years, the cost of the EV vehicle has to be at par with IC. Otherwise, nobody is going to buy. Nobody is going to buy. Yes, there is going to be a ROI, IC engine, they will consider 5 years, this life is 7 years, but that's going to be only 5%, 6%. We need to bring the EV vehicle cost to that level, maybe a 5% difference with IC, then you can see the revolution happening in India. Till that time, it's not going to happen. Whatever we put effort, unless as an industry, government can give how many years? 2 years, 3 years, they can support us. Not beyond that, don't expect. And we have to do that effort as an industry, and it's not very big. It requires 3 OEMs, 2-3 system integrators to come together and make viable the making in India commercially viable. You know, and that is required. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. We'll be, you know, late in the journey.
Because in this cluster progress also, one big threat what we were discussing is every EV company has got their own spec, their own design.
Yes.
So
See, we are trying to do with Tata Motors, and when we are talking to other like Motherson Indian companies, we are asking them, look, please come back with a solution of all connectors together. You tell us, Mahindra's, Tata's, please go with 4 type of connectors. Right now, there's a kind of entire maybe 20 into 20 permutation combinations if you do. So, but it's going to happen. Huh? People are realizing it. Earlier, they were not talking, but now they're listening. Like Motherson, you know, all these people are talking. But then they are reluctant to do themselves that injection molding and all. So we need MSME companies who could spend some resource and engineering tooling especially, who can bring up, then it's going to be a very good project. We are pushing Indian tier 1 harness suppliers to do that. I'm sure it is going to happen.
Another one, this thing that actually, if you take in an IC engine, the engine is the main heart of this thing, and every OEM make on their own. When it comes to EV, the motor and drive is going to be the heart of this thing. So whether the OEMs will opt to manufacture on their own or they will outsource it from this thing.
I would say it is very difficult to guess now, but my seeing the IC engines, like you see, you consider these as like a power steering system in your conventional cars. They never been made by OEMs. Like there's Rane TRW, there is Sonakoyo. So my gut feel is there could be a possibility battery BM as a battery box they may take in-house, but motors, these MCUs, these VCUs, they will not make. That is not going to be their core strength in a long run. So, no, I don't think you should, you know, really do that.
No, I'll answer that. I just want to make sure that there are any other questions that we get that.
What's the battery cost now on the vehicle now?
So I'll not be able to say exact number, but whether you go for 3-wheeler or 4-wheeler, about 50% is battery. 50%. About 50% will be only battery
I'll
box.
definitely talk about some of these concerns. I just want to make sure that everybody got a chance.
I think this gentleman has something to ask.
Sir, what you said is correct. Actually, main thing is battery and motor. Now the people are planning to make motor inside the OEM also. They are planning actually because 40% from the motor and 40% from the battery. Another 20% only the plastic and other items only. Because 60-70% they have to depend on contingency plan. They have to make inside. Otherwise, it's very difficult to survive because what you said, the cost. That is very much important. Now people are coming with 85,000, 90,000 rupees for the 2-wheeler and 3-wheeler also if you make it. So if you want to come out to meet the ICU, in India that we have to go for the cost. Very important.
You know, cost is going to play a major role.
Yes.
But what you are saying, motor cost, at least 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler, I know, it is not even 15%, 1.5. Maybe I am not sure about 2-wheeler, but 3-wheeler motor cost is not big contributor. It is not big contributor.
Maybe, sir.
Yes. Again, I'm telling you, it's the OEs, 2-3 OEs need to encourage one company as a tier 1 to make this. And then MSMEs will surrounding that will supply. Because nobody want to do everything, that old concept is gone. Everything backward integrate, you do it. Even tier 1, even if somebody decides like Mahindra, Tata's they want to do, they will only do the assembly and testing. Component level, they will not make inside and they will come to MSME. So that's for sure.
So I've got a question.
Yes.
So talking about the scalability, if you look at the Indian market, scaling the EVs, One challenge, what I personally look at with my little understanding. So how are we going to, how the basic infrastructure of the electrical system is going to support, say, let us say we have a lot of distributions, the distribution transformers, like say, if you connect 100 charging stations together, your transformers are going to burn. That's the present scenario. So when the two-wheeler or the four-wheeler is going to scale up to that level, so is there an ecosystem which is parallelly working on this basic infra so that we people can invest our, or we can bifurcate resources into EV parallelly? Because
Yes.
unless and until we know what are the hardships which is going to come down in the future, these are the uncertainties
Yeah.
which we look at it.
See, to answer your question, it's like again comes a chicken and egg story. What goes first? But one thing I can tell you, because that becomes a public partnership can be done in charging stations. Whereas in manufacturing, that's very difficult. I can say the efforts, I know what is happening in CCS2, fast charging, moving from the low voltage to high voltage. There are already people have the plan in place. People are waiting how fast the numbers will increase in India. If you look at it like 2-3 years back, when I used to drive from Chennai, Bangalore, I hardly used to see any charging points. Now just before Krishnagiri, there's a Murugan Idli shop. I don't know how many you have of the left side. I was driving with one of my friends with EV car. We went inside, we put the charging. I think 1 hour by the time we came, finished our breakfast, came back, it was almost at 80%. So it's happening, but yes, what you said is right. It's not happening the speed at which it should happen, but for that, the numbers has to increase. What I said, when do you bring EV vehicle cost close to IC? Then the moment the number comes, see in India, we have entrepreneurs who are very smart. They will see the moment the technology breakthrough happened, and we are coming close to the cost parity as a vehicle, they know in next 2 to 3 years, volumes are going to come up, and they will develop that infrastructure. But I know for sure people are working on the background, on the public-private partnership kind of a thing. There are companies who are only working on charging stations, on the highways, on all those things. And once they decide, big companies will come like Reliance. I'm sure, don't worry about that infrastructure. It will happen. The core now entire people are looking at is how as an industry, we as a supply chain, bring the cost of the EV vehicle close to IC. That's it, nothing else. Rest all investment capex will come in. Everything will happen. Now people are watching us as an industry, whether it's Mahindra, Tatas, or TA Group, or whoever is got into, how are we going to work to bring that cost close to IC so that volumes are up? That's it, nothing else.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed presentation. I request Mr. Thiru Srinivasan to felicitate Electra EV. Yeah, thank you. As we are about to end today's session, I would like to thank you all for joining us here today. I hope you have found the session informative and useful. Snacks is served outside, and yeah, thank you all.
Just once again, special thanks to Mr. Chava. I just reached out to him on Saturday morning, and he just said yes, and he flew all the way from Coimbatore just for this. It was too short notice, and for Ganesh too, he just left. I just reached out to them on Saturday morning, and thank you, Chava, and thank you, Ganesh, too, for reaching out to us at a short notice. Thank you.
To understand EV, some of the concerns and things, there's a very good understanding. Okay, and we are arranging training for the whole industry in Coimbatore through WRI. So we will do more of that. Today, EV is a huge black box to many of you. We are starting to understand the government is putting a lot of effort into it. They're bringing people like me, they're bringing WRI, they're bringing other organizations to tell you about what to expect when the EV industry really evolves. We have tremendous potential. I can't talk about it right now. Don't worry about it. Just invest in creating a difference. One of you could be the Intel tomorrow, and the opportunity is there. One of you could be the Samsung tomorrow. Definitely the opportunity is there. It is not going to be like the traditional auto industry. It's going to be more like the computer industry, where the Dells are only integrating, and you guys are going to be the core components. Think like that, and that's what I would encourage.
Yeah, thank you all. Snacks is served outside.
Right adjacent to this hall. So the next sessions are about to start. So please have your networking and your internal discussions in hall A. The refreshments are served outside this hall. Whoever has registered for EV sector alone, so please move to hall A and have your networking. The next sessions are going to start now for the other set of people. So please kindly move to hall A. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to everyone present here. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the BioSeller Meet organized by FAME-TN, MSME Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. FAME-TN, Facilitating MSMEs of Tamil Nadu, is an autonomous body under the MSME Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, started in the year 2019 to facilitate MSMEs of Tamil Nadu towards access to finance, market, technology, and so on. We are very glad to share that this is the first time FAME-TN is organizing such an event on a grand scale. This is a learning opportunity for all of us here, and your feedback is most important for us to constantly better ourselves and provide targeted service in the future. First, we have Ashok Leland from the automotive component sector. I request Mr. Raj Kishore Nayak, Vice President and Head, New Parts Development and Quality, to give us a presentation about Ashok Leland and their procurement requirements.
Hi, morning to all. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be standing in front of you. And thank you so much for coming here and attending in good numbers. I think I got the message maybe Saturday evening that we have to come here and participate in this event. So yesterday only we got a time to stitch a PPT where we were told to present to all of you. But anyway, as far as Ashok Leland is concerned, I don't think we need any introduction of the company right now. All right. So can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah, I think I'll start with Ashok Leland, the vision which we have set for our organization. We have to be top 10 global CV player, creating reliable and differentiated products and solutions while delivering outstanding stakeholders value. So this is the vision, and from as far as sourcing, strategic sourcing and costing is concerned, we have our own vision, okay? So that is to establish reliable and efficient supply chain with all of you, okay, that sustains Ashok Leland quality, because that is the most important thing, the backbone of component manufacturing industry, and service and technology roadmap, whatever we have in the leadership roadmap that we have to go ahead as a vision. I hope this needs no explanation, so we'll go to the next one. Yeah, can you go to the next slide, please? So a brief, introduction, like you may be thinking that Ashok Leland is, available only in Chennai or in southern part of the country, but we are there everywhere almost in the country and also overseas also. So we are available in Pantnagar in the north, Alwar in Rajasthan, and Bhandara in Maharashtra. We are there in Bhandara with gearbox manufacturing units. Ennore is the oldest plant we have, and it is manufacturing. It is used for manufacturing buses generally. Hosur 1 and 2, we have two plants in Hosur. One we do it for engine assembly, and Hosur 2 we do it for the truck assembly units. Hosur 2 and Pantnagar, they are used for our truck assemblies, and Alwar and Ennore, we are specializing in the bus assembly plant. So this is Bhandara, as I said, it's a gearbox manufacturing unit, and Hosur 1 we have engine manufacturing unit. And apart from Hosur 1, we make engines in Ennore also and Pantnagar. And as far as the gearbox is concerned, we make a gearbox in Pantnagar too, besides what we do in Bhandara. So this is a footprint that we have inside the country. As far as overseas operations are concerned, we are there in Ras Al Khaimah, which is very close to Dubai, 35 to 40 miles away from Dubai. We are there in a bigger way in Bangladesh, where we are having your CKD units getting exported to that country and getting assembled over there. And also CBUs also we are selling in Bangladesh. Both Sri Lanka and South Africa, we have our footprints there where we are selling our products in good numbers. Besides that, we have other countries also we are settled, but the numbers are little less, like South Africa and all we have there, but the numbers are little less. And in other African countries also we are available there. So as far as sourcing and supply chain is concerned, the structure is like this. We have primarily we have three verticals. one vertical which takes care of the new parts development and the quality. The responsibility of this vertical is to start from the design and develop the vehicle, and of course deal with all the suppliers where we are setting up for manufacturing the parts, and responsible for the quality of those parts till the PPAP is done, and beyond that for 6 months. And that is handed over to another quality unit which is available in the plant, and they take care of the day-to-day activities as for the quality corrections, whatever is to be done with the supplier. So this is a vertical that I'll go into detail a little bit of what is the roles and responsibility in the subsequent slides. And the other one is the domain team. As far as the development is concerned, we are, as a new product team, new product development and parts quality, of course, they'll take the development. But while developing the parts, there is a domain team which will take care of the costing of the parts, okay? The costing and the capacity, because if the capacity is not there and when we go for a volume increase, then we face a lot of constraints for the supply of the parts. And so that will be a detailed review mechanism that is there set between the domain team what we have along with the suppliers, where we decide. And jointly, these two teams, the supplier quality assurance and program management plus the domain team, they will decide on the suppliers that we have to drop down for the manufacturing of the parts. Okay, there may be a lot of options available, but out of that options, depending on the capacity and the capability and then the technical ability of the suppliers, we have to drop down to the names. The third one, which after all development, everything is now done, cost is finalized, PO is placed, initial lot. So that is done by the first two teams, but the third team, the supply chain team, will take care of the day-to-day supply of parts to the plant. So this team will be dealing with, from the marketing, whatever the request comes, and the project planning, whatever the numbers come. Depending on where it will be produced, which plant it will be produced, the planning will be done by the sourcing supply chain team. So they will be responsible for alignment of all the parts as per the requirement. And of course, whatever production plan is there, they have to go into details of the breakup of the models, and they have to decide, and they have to put the request to the suppliers. So these are the three verticals that we have primarily in the supply chain, sourcing and supply chain department here. So procurement strategies, basically we have just broken down to 4 parts here, which we'll be focusing on. First one, of course, if the quality is not there, then I think that is the backbone, as I said, the quality excellence model that we have. Here we have a drive of less than 50 ppm suppliers, which we are targeting, and we are going for a zero defect suppliers. Our target is to make 100% of the suppliers below 50 ppm, and of course later zero defect. That is a target that we have right now placed. I think those who are supplying to Ashok Leyland must have gotten into all these programs less than 50 ppm. And we have a program where if it is more than 50 ppm, that is between 50 to 100, then I'll be subsequently touching upon those things, what we do generally after if we find that the supplier is not meeting or going under the 50 ppm bracket. So I'll go into detail of in the subsequent slides, but we are very much focused on this program right now. Then the sustainability part, as far as the quality is concerned, we take care of a lot of things along with the supplier. We have few initiatives that I'll go into detail, of course. There is a QMAX initiative where we work with the suppliers to reduce ppm to below 50 ppm and also target a zero defect. And there is a supplier, Ashok Leyland supplier excellence model that we are recently starting, where we will be selecting few suppliers, those who would be in the MSME level, and they will be producing the parts which are designed by us, but due to some capacity or capability constraints, they are not meeting our quality requirement. So we are selecting few suppliers. We are in the process of doing that, and we'll be nurturing them, to improve their everything, starting from the maintenance, starting from the scrap strategy, starting from their manpower, talent availability, and what the improvement is required, capacity, and then tool maintenance, everything we will be taking care and nurturing them. So it will be like, it will not be too much, but it will be like, 25 or 30 suppliers that we'll be selecting, and in the process we are there. And this maybe within a month's time we'll be starting along with the suppliers to improve them in all respect. This is, but I'll go into a little bit of detail later in the slide, later in the presentation. Then the second most important thing is the delivery. Of course, if we are not prepared for capacity expansion as per the requirement by Ashok Leyland, and the plan is not there, so it will be very difficult to continue with the journey together. So that we take care of that. And then next is recently we have started a drive where we have to have suppliers within 100 kilometers of radius, because there is a big advantage of having suppliers close to the plant, close to the operation, close to the production units. This drive is now full on, but I would rather submit over here that we are not 100% there. Though there are few suppliers, those who are specialized in the proprietary and they may not be able to shift, that is okay, that we leave. But we will have a target of putting most of the suppliers within the 100-kilometer bracket, because there will be advantage of logistics, there will be advantage of taking full advantage of the local ambience atmosphere when we are having the local suppliers. So that we are targeting below 100 kilometers with the unit, so we have all our suppliers. And of course, there are few suppliers where we are requesting they can co-locate their inventory close to the plant, so that if there is any jerk in the numbers up or down, the shock can be quietly absorbed. So having a warehouse very close to the plant will be a big plus point for both suppliers as well as us. And then there is a partnership and technology column which we are taking care of. So right now, since the volumes are increasing day by day and also fluctuating, because we are driven by the market demands. So if we are not in touch with the suppliers digitally, it will be very difficult for communicating the suppliers. So we are getting connected digitally. I think most of the suppliers, those who are connected to us, we are well connected through them, through digitally to them. And of course, there is a rewards and recognition, because we don't have only a punishment where we have a penalty system. Of course, if you don't meet the PPM subsequent months, subsequent weeks, there is a penalty system. But as far as the rewards and recognition is there, it is in full in place. So where we find that continuously the supplier is below 50 ppm limit, we also go for a reward, and we recognize them as good suppliers for in our portfolio. And there is a ESG drive. I think most of the companies that we're going through. And of course, I said quality is the backbone, but without meeting the cost, it will be very difficult to continue with the business, because everybody wants profit. Also, business cannot run without a positive profit, a positive business case. So, of course, we have to see the L1 based suppliers, and Sierra business gets allocated based on the pricing. And of course, we are consolidating some suppliers, because instead of dealing with all the suppliers, we are consolidating few suppliers, those who are in the same segment, and so that our dealing will be with the less suppliers, and communication will be sharp, and below that the communication can be going to the other suppliers. So that is one drive that we are going through. Yeah, and this one is what I said, new part development and quality. So here, this is a new initiative that we have taken 1 quarter back, 3 to 4 months back that we have started. We have started it particularly in a very normal way of working. What happens is development is in one department and the supply quality is in the other department. So what we have said or done is we have merged the quality people along with the development people. That means there is one team who would be taking care from one end to the other end. That means, as I said already, I mean, as we used to say in our inside our organization, that it is from concept to customer. That means when we start designing any parts, it will start from a concept stage. Then it will go for engineering, and then some iterations are done. Then it goes for a DMU, and then parts design engineering get finalized. Then we go for the tooling and investments and all those things. Then we start discussing with the supplier. Then supplier gives a T0 part, then T1 part. Then we go for validating the parts, and then making a trial model, T0 model, T1 model, and then we go for a mass production, right? And then it goes to the customer. So it's starting from the concept to the customer, this group will be responsible. So there is no ambiguity in whose responsibility is quality, whose responsibility in development. Suppose a particular engineer is taking care of a development of, say, axle. So he'll be starting his involvement from the stage, from the first zero stage itself when the engineering gets getting finalized, till it is going to get assembled and going to the customer, plus 6 months quality assurance. So we start with that, stage one only, where the design for manufacturing we evaluate the design. Then we see that the right tooling is getting decided in the initial part of the design itself, engineering itself. Then we have to decide what are the activities that we have to do as far as the quality is concerned, so that the PPAP can be a zero defect PPAP, and that too for 6 months rolling. Then we go for manufacturing, and then we see that whatever top issues are there at the supplier end, the quality is getting resolved. And then we have, as I said, QMAX, which I'll be going into a little bit of detail in the subsequent slides, which we deal with the supplier for capability improvement and quality improvement. Then whatever issues come from the field, also we go for a resolution of those issues. And all these things are digitally IT enabled, so that any communication which is coming for the development or usage of the parts is going straight to the supplier, and supplier will be taking corrective action and giving it to us, the corrected part. So this is the drive that we have started. That's why we say end-to-end quality assurance, and the integration of the part, development plus the quality here. Yeah. So this is what I was telling, the QMAX. QMAX is nothing but what we jointly work together, and we see that the process at the supplier end, and we audit at the system at the supplier end, and we have to see that the improvement is done at the supplier end. This is an initiative to ensure that the customer pain index, which is there between the supplier and us, it is getting reduced. It is getting identified, and we are getting a solution for that, where it is getting improved. This we are selecting the 100 top CPI suppliers, and we will be working with them in order to reduce their quality, in order to reduce their PPM level. That means improving the quality here. So this is what our zero defect approach is, and QMAX that we have named. As far as supplier audit is concerned, we have a process audit, and we also give views for the improvement of the processes at the supplier end. And this we have planned for about 374 suppliers, which we feel that some of the improvements are required in order to have a quality assured part for our assembly. We have a ALSC system, which I said that Ashok Leyland Supplier Excellence Audit. And here we will be nurturing the suppliers, and we are almost selecting 25 suppliers which are non-proprietary in nature. That means they will be producing the parts as per our design. And we will be taking care from A to Z and nurturing them, so that we can see that they can stand on their own feet. So this mostly will be MSME suppliers. Then there is one program that we are running, that is Authenticate Q. That means quality is authenticated. That means what the supplier produces. Generally what we do in the initial part, we go and inspect the parts and then give an approval. So this is nothing but a green channel to the suppliers that we can give based on the assurance that we get as far as the quality is concerned, and their seriousness about assuring the quality. So this is a green channel that we are working for. Almost 2,800 plus parts they are identified. Whatever, this is based on the records. This is based on the input and data for the FY23. And the data is not only what we do, but what we get from the field. And of course, we have to verify the reports that comes from the supplier, a sample audit, which is done by the entire team of SQ and SPM. That is called Supplier Quality Assurance, Supplier Project Management Team. Then we have tool right, which is the most important thing for getting good quality parts. If you don't have the right tool, then it will be very difficult to produce parts and inspect every time. And there will be a variation between the parts to parts depending on the tools that we have. So there we have we have a program where we can see the condition and control the tooling of the supplier. And then this particularly used for the sheet metal parts particularly. So, and castings and forgings also. So 30 sheet metal and 20 casting forgings we have identified where we'll be helping them for any improvement in the toolings. Then we have Detect 100, where we will be strengthening the supplier as far as their firewall is concerned, the inspection methods are concerned. And then whatever inspection they are doing, which we can enhance their control over the process. And this is based on whatever feedback we get from the suppliers itself. Finally, there is a APS, that is advanced project problem solving and basic problem solving projects that we have. That means if there is an issue which is not getting solved, perennially that issue is coming, then we have a structured program for solving that issue where we will take with the internally first and then with the supplier. Whatever issues come out and whatever we identify as a solution, then we take it to the supplier for solution of those things. So these are all things that we are working for the improvement of both supplier and us for quality, capacity and capability improvement. Yeah. So QMax, if I go into detail, that we have a vision, and that says that first we of course go for an inspection, as I said, and then we go for assurance method of quality process, whatever we have, and then we have to see that we sustain, and then we go for a green channel sort of. Then approach is nothing but we can't leave it only to the supplier and say and give only the top. It's not a top-down approach. We will collaborate with the supplier. We'll give all our views and then plan accordingly what the supplier can be improved. And then we have to go for a deep dive, very detailed analysis we do, and then we give a performance report, and then of course we end up with a win-win situation between the supplier and us. And the mission is that we will no pass, no make and no receive. What does it mean? It's a very short this thing of, we will not make any defective parts and we will not pass any defective part, and we don't want to receive any defective part. It's very simple as that. I think we might have heard these things if we are dealing with Ashok Leyland day in day out, we speak about this. And of course, the suppliers who go by the whatever collaboration we do, they are always recognized. They are always rewarded. Okay. So this is nothing but brief approach that we partner with the supplier to improve the CPA and the PPM, meaning the customer pain index. What is customer pain index? Briefly, if I say, if there is a part and it is to be assembled, but it cannot be assembled in the line, it is a pain to the customer, that is to us, and some repair or rework will be required, so that is a pain. So we have to remove those pain at the end of the supplier itself, so that it comes, it should be smoothly getting assembled. So that is one. And the PPM level, of course, as I said, less than 50, and then zero defect is our target right now. Then I think as we spoke, we have process assessment at the supplier end. And whatever after the assessment, if we see that any poka-okay or improvement the layout is required at the supplier end, or some revalidation for supplier in-house PPM is required, then we have to do, we will go ahead with that. And of course, sustenance and monthly review, as I said, we do a monthly review and we give the reward, and supplier top management is invited for that, and we reward them for doing something good. So this is nothing but improvement on the focus on the process improvement, and of course the capability and capacity build at the supplier end of the supplier. Yeah. So this is what I want to just touch upon a little bit briefly, and I think this will be useful for MSME suppliers. I think those who are available with us. We have Ashok Leyland production system, which is based on 6 pillars that we have. As I said, quality, delivery, and whatever the parts management we have, then the cost management and people drive, whatever we have, and then the EHS, of course, is a part of our organization. Supplier, as I said, ALSC that we are going very shortly with 25 suppliers, and we'll be nurturing that. And particularly, we will be selecting the non-proprietary, because proprietary we assume that it is their design and they know better than us, assuming that in this first stage itself. And we will be touching upon the suppliers, those who are producing parts as per the input that is given by us, that is the design is by us. So that is what I think we will be focusing on improving. And this is on time in full. Of course, we have to see that they are matching our frequency for the supply of the parts. That also will be a part of the criteria for selection of the suppliers. And particularly the main areas that we have to focus along with the supplier is that we have to improve the personnel, or improve the standard of the employees by training, by giving all the inputs that is required for the development of the supplier, the development programs. We have to see that the process is in line, and of course the material that they buy as a raw material, that is of course as per the standard, and the tools and equipments as per the requirement that is there. Then we have to see that any corrective actions and required and improvement that along with the suppliers we can discuss and implement. EHS and of course the digitalization is a is an integral part of our dealing with the supplier. So for that, what we have done, next slide please. See, actually, this is what the AL purpose is that we have now decided. And you might have seen that the earlier tagline was Aapki Jeet, Hamari Jeet for Ashok Leyland, but now the tagline has changed because our purpose we have now defined as AL purpose is transforming lives and business through leadership in mobility. So we want to be take the leadership position in the mobility and transform the lives and of course the business. So this is what, and so our key actionable areas as far as the purpose is concerned is we are targeting to reduce the part cost. And this will help both. The bottom line of the customer will be increasing and it will be helping both the suppliers and us. So, and it is not that we will be pressurizing only to lower the part price at your end. We will see how it can be reduced. And it is not that you will be losing whatever is reduced. It is a process that will be getting identified and getting finer. Okay. And then the quality enhancement of the parts. Then that will help our vehicle uptime because see this this difference between passenger car and commercial vehicle is passenger car is for luxury. If a man can have two or one he can have, but if there is a downtime, the passenger car is going for garage and all these things, he may not get affected so much as we get affected as far as commercial vehicles goes for downtime because commercial vehicles like trucks and buses are purchased through loans. And the owner always will expect that there is a good ROI on investment that they have done. So if the downtime is more, then naturally he will incur a lot of loss. So we have to see the uptime, and for that quality enhancement is always required. Then of course for the carbon footprint reduction, we have to see that the vehicle weight is also getting reduced. Unnecessary weight, whatever is increased or over designed, that we will see, we will be optimizing that. The process nowadays, if it is not automated, then of course it will not meet the demand of the OEs. The numbers have to be good. That is why automation is required. Plus, it will help in enhancing the better quality. And for non-value added activities, we have to remove. So we will eliminate those things by the parts reaching the units on time, and of course in good quality conditions. Okay, so this is what our purpose is. So for that we have identified 5 values. I think there were a lot of discussions while identifying these 5 values, but whatever we decided or discussed fallen on these 5 values vertical. So one is innovation. Without innovation we can't survive. So we have to be ahead of the curve. So the innovation is most important for any activities, whether it is, you might have seen double-decker bus in electric versions in Mumbai recently was launched by Switch, which is Ashok Leyland subsidiary. So that is what we have to be there ahead of the curve always. So for that trust is always required, and very quick response to everything, whether internal customer or external customer, that is agility. And we have to trust each other. Without trust is the backbone of anything between two individuals, two business houses, or anything. It will never run without trust. So trust is the backbone of everything. And we will be focusing on the activities which is customer centric. And of course, the collaboration between the suppliers, us, customers and us, dealers and us, all are very important. Employees with each other, that is very important. So these are the 5 values that we have identified. And as I said, earlier our tagline was Aapki Jeet, Hamari Jeet. But for the next 75 years, we have decided these values. And we have changed the tagline from Aapki Jeet, Hamari Jeet to Koi Manzil Dur Nahi. That is, no dreams too far. Whatever we can dream, we can make it happen. So, and of course, alone is not possible. With the support, help, the cooperation, and the inputs, feedbacks from everybody, working with each other only, it will help us to achieve Koi Manzil Dur Nahi, no dreams too far. Thank you for bearing with me for last few minutes. Maybe if you have few questions, we are there available for answering. Maybe I hope it was useful. Thank you so much, all of you. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, please.
It's a very nice presentation, sir. It's very happy to meet you all. Sir, Ashok Leyland is a large company, sir. We are the power producers, sir, independent power producers. We supply green energy to various industries, including TVS and other organizations. We are also putting up offshore wind plant in Dhanushkodi. So I request you to, we wanted to be part of your system for green energy supply. In case any requirement on open access to your various unit, we are ready to supply the green energy to your organization.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you. As you rightly said, Ashok Leyland is also working on many projects right now. I don't know whether you have known, but they're all in development stage, and we are making vehicles like, as you said, green energy and all. We are into H2 IC, we are into LNG and all these models. So, in fact, few vehicles will be giving it to the Prime Minister's office in August, September. That will become public. But yes, if you have anything, you can have my contacts, and even if I'm not be useful to you, if any case, but I'll channelize you to the person who is responsible for that. Yeah, that is possible, no issue. I mean, we want to collaborate because, as I said, without collaboration, things will not move ahead that fast. So, no issue at all. That will do. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
This is Selvam. And what is the strategy for Ashok Leyland, especially on the EV vehicles? Because now everybody is talking EV vehicles. So, what is your strategy?
Yeah. Actually, EV Switch is our subsidiary. You might have maybe hearing about Switch in Ashok Leyland. Though we do deal with the diesel version and the CNG version of that. But yes, Switch is a vertical which is completely looking out the EV. As you might have seen in the ads or anywhere in the information news channels, that we have already launched double-decker bus in EV, electric versions, okay. So as far as the other things are concerned, yes, we are ready, but only thing is we are waiting for the right opportunity in the market, because without EV, of course, we cannot move ahead. Our LCVs are already there, the Dost version of the commercial vehicles, that is a light commercial vehicle version that we are already there. The development stage is almost at the end. So we can, I mean, it is only an investment required for manufacturing these vehicles. So we are in the process, but it will come in a big way. Other things are also we are there, but in the development stage, it is almost in a near finalization. So commercial vehicles are there, but passenger versions, we are completely in the launch mode. No issue at all. Whether it is a double decker, single decker, whatever, we are in the launch mode. No. IC will not be replaced so soon. So, in fact, many meetings, people they ask these questions that if IC is going, then where are we? I mean, our jobs and salaries. But IC complete removal, I don't know. Earlier also we were speaking 3-4 years, the IC will be zero. No, I don't think so. Personally, we don't think that it will become completely zero unless the price difference between IC and the battery version, that the EV version will be minimal. Otherwise, we will be having IC for the next, I think, 10 years. It is there. So, but EV is certainly coming. That doesn't mean that IC will be taking the full volume. We will take away some volumes from the IC, but IC will not become zero. Sorry for that. IC will never become zero. Not to worry. Not to worry at all. Where is an IC? But we have almost 32 years we have passed in IC, and we can't leave IC so soon. It will be there for some time, yeah. Yes. Okay, you can speak, no issue.
Yeah, please. நாங்கள் உங்கள் கூட பார்ட்னராக வர்றதுக்கு விருப்பப்படுறோம். அது எப்படி பண்ணலாம்?
Okay, so you want to partner with us for AdBlue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they, okay, right now, of course, I will not be able to commit and all this thing because a lot of things are required. But you are AdBlue manufacturer.
Manufacturing.
Are you importing or you are doing it locally?
No, GNFC and Mitsui Chemicals, Japan. Raw materials only using for GNFC and Mitsui Chemical, Japan company only using raw materials.
We'll see, no issue. I mean, we are open for that. But only thing is we have to meet the criteria, whatever I said, quality, cost and all those things. So criteria. Where are you located?
Tirunelveli.
Here in Tamil Nadu, right?
Tamil Nadu.
Okay. So that will be a plus point for us. So no issue, you can give your details. We'll try to collaborate.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They are actually, you see, new suppliers, they have to go through a lot of, Lotny, it is a process that is set. So once we are coming to know each other right now, so you can meet us. We'll see. You have to go through the process, and then you can come back successful. If you're coming successful, then we are there. No issue.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
It's not a supply. We are partner to you,
Ah.
the company.
Okay.
We have another innovation planning to our company.
Okay.
So that we will explain to
Yeah.
next meeting or
Yeah.
If you give any chances to meet, I will.
No problem. See, there is a innovation pipeline which we have. You are saying I'm not getting a question. You're not AdBlue supplier.
AdBlue supplier.
So it is very innovative product that you are saying.
No. Innovating supply for pumping.
Acha. Okay. Okay, you can give a profile. Just maybe you can keep the card. You can give a profile. Then I think we will get in touch with you. No issue. Yeah. This is the biggest advantage of having you in front of us for that collaboration. And who knows that we can get better people over here itself what we are having right now.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for the
Thank you.
detailed presentation.
Thanks a lot, all of you. Thank you. Thank
I
you so much.
request Ms. Shatika Banu, Business Facilitation Officer at FAME TN, to felicitate Ashok Leland. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation last minute and coming here. Thank you. Yeah. Next, we have Shwin Stetter from construction sector. I request Mr. Sivakumar to give us a presentation about their company and their procurement requirements.
Morning to all. See, I am Shivakumar, President Materials from Singh Shutter India Private Limited. Actually, I am handling planning, strategy sourcing and supply chain, complete materials procurement function I am doing. Here let me, because you all know about Shutter brand, okay. I give short description about our company. Yeah, okay. Just move on. See, Shutter, actually, it is 100% German technology company. And in the year 2013, actually the complete share was bought by XCMG China. Okay. See, even though the share was bought by China, which is operating concreting technology, which is operating with German technology, and road equipments, which is done with XCMG China technology. Next. See, we have Germany, Austria, Brazil, and US. We have Shutter plants, whereas I am briefly talk about Indian facilities. See, in the year 2001, we started plant F71, which is for concrete pump production. And in the year 2004, we made plant for transit mixture production. 2006 for batching plant production. And 2012, another facility for making boom pump. Next. And in the year 2021, we have created a big facility in Cheyyar, Global Manufacturing Hub, which is in Cheyyar. So which is inaugurated during pandemic period, February 2021. We manufacture, these are all our products, the concrete products, boom pump, transit mixture, and stationary pump, self-loading machines, recycling plants, and top shot runners. So we are complete solution for concreting, starting from batching plant and transporting through truck mixture and placing boom and concrete recycling. Recycling in the sense, okay, again, after the wastage concrete can be recycled. This is a recycling plant. Next. We have certain principles. These are all our positive points, what we are following: zero accident culture, zero pollution ambition, zero defect, and inclusivity. Actually, we have our Cheyyar facility created gender diversity. 30% of female are working in Cheyyar facility. Actually, Cheyyar is a different plant. We have created with all our working employees are diploma holders. So all, including ladies and gents, both the categories, we are taking from the colleges. We are giving opportunities to them, and complete setup is which is like it is a effective setup we have made in Cheyyar facility. The research, actually we have started creating new products. Like this is a 40-meter look belt and ice plant, and 0.75 meter mixture plant, and 1.5 cubic meter twin shot mixture, H2NG batching plant, and TSR machine. So all these are all new products we have created, and this year in the February BOMA, we have exhibited all these products. These are all new products we added in our portfolio. All these things includes the new developments we have done in the year 2022 and as of now. The cylinder finisher and 47-meter boom pump, firefighting machine. In the firing situations, using our boom pump, which is this year new technology, which is already available in other countries. Now in India, all the governments, they are procuring this type of machines more. And you just visualize some of the major projects what we have accomplished. So these are all the world tallest statue with our products. What all our products used: batching plant 2 numbers, stationary pump 4 numbers, truck mounted pump 3 numbers, concrete mixture 15 numbers, separate placing boom 1 number. Next, you can go. High-rise building, which is in Mumbai, Maharashtra. So here also our equipment used. And Ahmedabad cricket stadium. So this was built with our equipments. Highway, Yamuna Express Highway, which was built through our equipments. Firefighting pump, which is Mumbai government, they used our machine. And some major ongoing projects that also I am giving. This is bullet train project. So our equipments mostly using for this project. Next. And Samruddhi Mahamarg highway project. And tunnel project, Rishikesh is the longest tunnel project. And Mumbai Trans Harbour. And we are contributing to major export also. So many of the countries we are exporting our missions. Bangladesh, Indonesia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and all these countries we have already exported. And now the export business has improved in a huge way. So we are exporting more missions nowadays. So these are some of the pictures where our missions are operating. Middle East and Africa and Constanta. Okay, stop. See, actually, I was informed yesterday only. Okay, I don't know what is the thing because it was told that most of the MSME suppliers will be presenting. So I am completely taking off materials. I want to show what are the potential available with us. That is most important. So I briefly giving you the presentation. So what is the opportunity available with us? So you just see that, then in the end you can ask your questions. So this is once again. This is a last year turnover we have done around 3,095 crores. So concreting turnover 2,029 crores, and the trading business, XCMG machines, we are procuring XCMG machine, sales and services done by Swing Shutter. So that turnover is 1,066 crores. So year 2022 to 2023, what we are aiming this year is around 5,500 crores. So there is a 30% increase in concrete business and 53% increase in XCMG business. So these are all the machines, around 68 variants. These are the machines what we are importing from our XCMG company, and we are selling and we are doing service for these machines. And this is the year 2022 glimpse how much procurement value what we have done in the category wise. See, bought out is actually proprietary products, and made out is as per our drawings, fabrication, casting, machining, forging, and all these categories. Imports is our parent company imports, other imports is other country imports, and projects also we are procuring. And XCMG parts and XCMG imports is totally the equipments. So the brief classification is bought out actually 45% procurement, and made out 37%, and imports 18%. These are all the classification of group of procurement parts. One second, go back. See, actually you just refer 2021, we are the fabrication parts we are buying from outside the suppliers. Around 35,000 tons we procured. And we are doing for our concrete mixture in-house fabrication, making drums, that we did around 9,000 crores. Whereas in the last year you see 45,000 tons, and drum fabrication around 14,000 tons. And this year it is going to be again around 60,000 tons value of the weight of outsourcing fabrication parts we are procuring from suppliers. This is the quantity of our products, the increase in quantities. In the year batching plants in the year 2021, we sold around 680 and 2022 800. This year we are planning to sell around 1200. Concrete pump 1000, 1300. This year 2250. You just see 2021 to 2023 what is the growth quantity. Concrete mixture 6,000 to 12,000, actually doubling in 2 years. And even Leyland is one of our major customer. And self-loading machine 615 to 2,000. This is the actually the suppliers who are all the major suppliers contributing to our products. See, around 770 suppliers, out of which made out suppliers are around 170 and 140 suppliers are in MSME category. And bought out 475 suppliers, 90 suppliers are in MSME category. And conceivable 125 suppliers, out of which 30 suppliers are contributed to MSME category. So totally 31% at present in MSME category. This is the value of procurement. See, bought out 820 crores. Last year, 2022 procurement value. So made out 671 crores and imports 147, other imports 248 crores. This is the breakup for 2029 crores procurement breakup value. The bought out major categories, what is the procurement value I have mentioned? Engine, raw material, gearbox, electrical electronics items and axle, hydraulics and other items. Next. And made out fabrication, machining, forging, steel and SG. You just see fabrication around 465 crores. Last year we procured. So this year it may cross more than 500 crores. And machining 90 crores worth of material we are procuring. Forging 45 crores, SG casting 45 crores and steel casting 15 crores. See, this is actually product-wise procurement value. So which product, how much value you are procuring, that information I have exhibited here. The major is actually concrete mixture only we are procuring more because we are manufacturing per month 1000 mixtures we are producing and we are selling. So that is why the value for concrete mixture is more. And boom pump is next. Okay, we started manufacturing for our parent company also. This year we are going to export around 50 machines to Germany. Our machines are going to work in Germany. So they are taking up to 43 meter capacity boom pumps from made in our Cheyyar facility, and they are taking it for their even German usage, also other countries. They are taking it from here and they are exporting to other countries also. And next year we are having a very good growth for these quantities. We are going to, they already assured 100 numbers, so it will be increasing 150 to 200 numbers we are expecting for our parent company. They are taking from India. It's a very good thing what India, we have to proud on this, because from India the machines are going to Germany. So that is the important thing. These are all the supply source required for all these categories, like hydraulic control block, hydraulic cylinders, hydraulic cylinder raw material, alternate seals for hydraulic cylinders, wire ropes, cordon shafts, wedge clamps, tension springs, and roto mold water tanks, and gearboxes. Next. So these are springs, the hydraulic, the visual presentation of the parts I have shown. Even the fittings, presently we are importing from Germany. The springs and this hydraulic screw. So all these things we are presently importing from Germany, our parent company, through our parent company, because we are unable to get the required quality level wherever, whatever. In India, we have tried with many sources. So these are all important points you have to note it out. We have large opportunity to serve for these type of products. Next. Now, for example, certain things we have already developed with our local sources, which are all under validation, and other things, technical clearance was given. So all these things we are going to, we already started developing many of the things with our Indian suppliers. So the only thing is the proving and after that implementing, because it is our German company, we have all the standards to be fulfilled. So we have certain procedures, what is the QAP and what is our requirement testing procedure, all these things once it is fulfilled, after that the samples will be, we do the field validation. Once that is through in the sense, then automatically things will go for this thing. Even our parent company will take from here. So once our validation is over, they are ready to take from here. Presently, the China, we are procuring many critical things from China. The alternate for all these items we are expecting from India. For example, the slew bearing, even in India, we are not having a proper supplier to have slew bearings to all this, our type of equipments, like boom pump equipments, like our self-loading machines. So all these machines are having slew bearings. And chrome-plated pumping cylinders, oil coolers, and twin pipe double wall pipes, and tungsten carbide wear parts, boom pump hydraulic cylinders, and seamless square and rectangular tubes. That is thickness more than 8 m. We are not having a sufficient source in India. And hydraulic orbital motors. Next. So you just see for this year we are planning to produce around 540 boom pumps in that GMHIR facility. Next year we are planning to produce around 1,000 machines. The requirement, because fine grain steel, at present we are procuring from Europe only. So around 12,000 tons requirement to us. Chrome plated pumping cylinders 4,000 numbers, and end hoses 2,000 numbers, twin wall pipes 42,000 meters, batching plant gearbox around 1250 numbers, carbide wear parts 5,000 sets. These are all opportunities we are having, but still we are not having a proper source to do that. So that is the reason we are depending on import supplies. See, you just see in the this year, what is the tonnage you are expecting? Around 60,000 tons of fabrication and 2,500 tons of forging and 600 tons of steel casting and 2,000 tons of SG casting. These are all our regular requirements, what we are using. So these are all the opportunities you have. So those they are having such a facility and they are all doing this type of products, they can approach us. So we have certain basic system. So only thing, all these things to be once followed on this is automatically inducted in our products, part supplies. So only thing, this is only once you want to do, if you are taking the critical things, only you have to take calculated risk and reverse engineering you have to do, and technical delivery condition, validation criteria is important, approval from our design team, and drawings and technical requirement for all commodities. Once this is through in the sense, next. So then the product once validated in the sense, then automatically you will become our partner. Thank you. Thank you all.
Is there any question?
Sir, excellent company, sir. Very nice presentation. Can you hear me? Yeah. Sir, we have seen your projects. You have mentioned that 2 weeks back we were also in Statue of Unity. So we have saw very excellent projects you have carried out, sir. So what we request you, sir, we wanted to know from your abroad operations, particularly on offshore work, sir. If you have done similar jobs, that will be helpful for us, because we are on in the preliminary stage. We have a consultants, and he is also inquiring with various companies and your company also, because it's very happy to meet you here. So any work, because I have seen various projects you have put up already. As a civil engineer, we could understand very well, sir. Any work you have done in offshore, please send it to us. So we are having an interest on working with you, sir.
Right.
Thank you, madam.
Is there any other question?
My name is Srinivasan.
Yeah.
So very nice to meet you. So as you mentioned that fabrication, so what type of fabrications you are looking for or outsourcing?
See, we are making the product wise which will differ. Actually, batching plant is which is a maximum of structural fabrication.
Okay.
And apart from that, other products we are having all sheet metal fabrication.
Sheet metal fabrications. Oh, good. Why there is a seriousness on sourcing of gearbox? There is a lot of manufacturers. What is the reason?
Yeah.
Any unique designs you required, or what is
No,
the
no.
reason?
See, actually, we are at present importing the gearboxes from Italy. So now the mother company, because the German company, they are buying from them. We have always followed. Now we started developing all these things with the Shanti gears and Avtec and BD. So many of them we have started all the things locally. So only thing is, starting is okay, but we have to prove it. Okay, we need to do validation. That are all taking certain times. Now almost 80% we have done localized the things.
Okay, okay.
So that things.
Okay, so like I will connect that fabrication definitely will.
Yeah,
connect,
okay,
no?
sure.
Is there any other questions? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your detailed presentation. Yeah. I request Ms. Shatika Banu, Business Facilitation Officer at FAME TN, to felicitate Shwin Seto. The next presentation is by the UK Deputy High Commission. I request Mr. Sujit Thomas, Head Automotive and Advanced Manufacturing Sector, to give us a presentation about India-UK partnerships and opportunities in the manufacturing sector. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Sujit. I'm from the British Deputy High Commission. So I'll just go through a presentation, but this is just not going through, read all of it. But if there are any questions following this, please let me know. So as I said, I'm part of the British High Commission. So the British High Commission in India basically maintains and develops relationships between UK and India. And within that, I'm part of DBT, which is the Department for Business and Trade, which is the commercial arm of the UK government. So, if you just, so primarily our responsibilities are, to help UK companies who look to access the Indian market. We help Indian companies who are looking to forge technology partnerships with UK companies. And we are also now involved with the FTA at the G2G level. DBT in India, we sit inside the British High Commission offices and the Deputy High Commission offices across India, 9 offices across India, from New Delhi to Chennai, Hyderabad, 9 offices. So we work with a lot of Indian companies. So I sit at the Chennai office. But sitting here, I cover the manufacturing and engineering sector, covering the whole of India. So when our, what I call is how we are structured is the engineering and manufacturing sector. We cover the engineering and manufacturing, the general manufacturing, maritime, responsible mining. This is a quick overview of the manufacturing sector in the UK, some of the various regions. The various subsectors. I'm not going to go through all these details, but just to give you a snapshot of what is happening on the manufacturing sector in UK. Some of the reasons why companies should be looking to partner with the UK, simply because UK is leading in terms of technology, in terms of innovation, in terms of various products, services. Invest heavily into R&D technologies, into R&D partnerships. So that is one. Just to give you an example, graphene, which is called as a sort of a wonder material, was developed in the UK. Some of the key manufacturing hubs in the UK include the 7 high-value manufacturing catapults in the UK. Then we have the Innovate UK, then, you know, the Graphene Institute Manchester, the Make UK Technology Center, a lot of those things which I've sort of mentioned here. Just to give you an idea, the National Center for Graphene in India is being set up in Kerala. That is a partnership between the Government of India, the Government of Kerala, in partnership with the Manchester University, and the industrial partner for that is Tata Steel. So just to give you an idea as to what is happening and sort of the collaborations that are taking place between UK and Indian stakeholders. Now, whilst we focus on traditional manufacturing, which I call as what I call as conventional manufacturing that takes care of machining, forging, casting, machine tools, all those things is something that we continue to focus on. What I call will be shifting to the future growth opportunities, and what I call as a green trade would be the modern manufacturing. So some of the vectors that I feel there would be a lot of focus on, there would be a lot of opportunities for UK and Indian companies to work together would be advanced materials. When I say advanced materials, that would include graphene, as I said, the National Center for Graphene in India that is coming up in Kerala, the composites material that is being used, any materials, any advanced materials that is being used. Advanced materials is an area. Smart manufacturing is an area. Another one vector which I say there would be a lot of interest. Transition to net zero. You would know that the Government of India has committed to be carbon neutral by 2070. So how do we transition to that carbon neutral system by 2070? Similar to what I would say, so I've been dealing with EVs as well, 12 years. For a long time I've been dealing. So when we moved in from, as we're moving in from ICE to EV, there is a lot of transition. So when initially about 9 years back or something, people said we will move to EVs, there wasn't much of attraction. How will we do it? The cost, the infrastructure, a lot of challenges, questions. But now I think once that mandate of 2030 has come in, I think we see a lot of traction. Whether people like it or not, they just need to move in. So I see something similar to that happening, transition to net zero, because the Government of India has committed that we would be carbon neutral by 2070. So we need to get there. How are things that we would be able to figure out? So UK has already done that. UK, the roadmap, the deadline is much ahead of that 2050. So there would be a lot of experience that we can do, we can work together. Those are areas, that's another one area that I would say transition to net zero. Connected supply chain, resilient supply chain. Now what we see is companies, several companies from UK traditionally have been sourcing from China. Now as a de-risking policy, they're now looking for China plus one strategy. So they inevitably start looking at India. So if there are, that's another one opportunity that we come across. Sustainable manufacturing, how can manufacturing become sustainable? So we also have some of the companies, UK companies, who say that it is not only enough that the end product is sustainable, but what about the whole supply chain? So there are companies who sort of work towards that. So those are some of the areas that I see there are opportunities that where UK and Indian companies can work together. Just to expand that a little bit, what I would say is the advanced metal forming technologies, robotics and automation is a big area. Digital manufacturing, industry 4.0, 5.0, additive manufacturing, 3D printing, lightweighting, as I said, use of advanced materials, composites, graphenes, material handling equipment, responsible mining supply chain. So when I say responsible mining supply chain, now you know companies are talking about mining, but also electric vehicles in mining. So, or let's say steel, they're talking about green steel. So those are all newer areas that will come up, that are coming up. So we feel there are opportunities for UK and Indian companies to be working together. Not many of you all will know that there are UK companies here. So this is just a small gist of companies which I have given, predominantly in and around Chennai. So there is a company called as Rotork Controls, which is headquartered in Bath in UK. They've been in Chennai for the last 40 years. So, but not many people know about it, but they're based in Ambattur. There is a company called as Pyrax Sarco, which is based in Mahindra World City. Then there is a company called as Seven Glowcon, which is again based in Chennai. So this is the only facility outside of the UK. Then there is a company called Smiley Monroe, who's based in Hosur. Rotolock Valves, based in Sri City. I know this company, I helped set up this company. MMD, again based in Sri City. Then some of the other big companies include, you would have heard about JCB, that's a UK company, multiple locations across India. Renishaw, again in 3D printing, multiple locations across India. Just to give you an idea that there are several UK companies present in India, but not much is known. That's simply because most of it is within the B2B segment, except for maybe companies like JCB or Renishaw. How do we help Indian businesses? We help find a UK supplier for your products or services, connect and make introductions to identify companies, or tell us about any of your problems that you have or challenges that you have. We can help you identify a partner. If you're looking for any technology partner, let us know. We'll be able to help identify technology partners. Just to give you an example what or how we can work, there is a company who's based in Chennai who are into composites, but they said they wanted to expand their knowledge into composites, but they did not want to do the whole round of research all over again. So they said, if you know someone who has the capability to make composite parts for EV applications, let me know. So then I was working with a UK company. It's a small company. When I say small company, literally it's 3-member team. So they are a technology partner, and I introduced both those companies together. Now, both of them have entered into a technical partnership. The manufacturing will take place in Chennai. The UK company is a technology partner. So likewise, there are several examples. The reason I cited is just to give you an example of how UK and Indian companies can work together. So we heard Ashok Leyland some time back. Ashok Leyland, they mentioned about Switch, which is their subsidiary. Switch is a UK headquartered company. So we work quite a lot of those things. Get advice from buying from the UK. Then we also have something called as UK Export Finance, which is part of the UK government, where you can find competitive financing from the UK. You need not be a UK company, and the only criteria for that is you need to have only about 20 to 30% of your sourcing norms from the UK to be eligible for that. So that is one. Organize events and trades. So I was working closely with Vignesh for FAME, and when we bought out the UK Power Electronics Machines and Drive delegation to Chennai in April 2023, we did a lot of meetings with companies based here. He would be able to share much better. Then R&D collaboration, technology transfer, joint venture partnership, licensing arrangements. So this company, this EV company which I mentioned, is sort of an example of a licensing agreement. Then we also engage with a connecting with other key stakeholders extensively, Government of India, both at the central and state government at a policy level. We work with startups in India and UK. We also work with trade bodies in India as well as in the UK. So to conclude, I would say, do reach out to me. I'm here for some time. If you have any questions, if you would be interested to work with any UK companies to find a technology partner, to source something, do let me know. I'd be happy to help or to speak to you. I'll leave my contact details here. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jay Prakash. I'm basically from Hosur. So we are into the die casting industry. How we would be business partner of with the UK companies, as you said, so many companies you have given in that details. No? What is the formalities? How we would be part of it?
So what are you looking at?
So we want to become a business partner, either supplying the parts and like that.
See, the best what I would say is, I shared with you a list of companies who are here.
Yeah.
So because you're based in Hosur itself, the best would be to approach them and to see if you can become a vendor to them.
Yeah.
That is the easiest part to access across Tamil Nadu itself.
Okay.
And then must be expand globally. That could be an easy option, which I would say.
Fine. Thank you.
Do you know Tamil? Sorry, எனக்கு தமிழ்
சொல்லுங்க தமிழ்லயே சொல்லுங்க.
வெரி குட். அதாவது எங்கள் கம்பெனி கியூ ப்ளூ ஃப்ளீட் ப்ரைவேட் லிமிடெட் கம்பெனி, எங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் யூகேலேருந்து ஆர்டர் வந்து நிறைய வந்திருக்குது. ஸோ நாங்கள் அடுத்த ஸ்டெப்பு வந்து யூகேல ஒரு பிளான் ஒன்று போடலான்னு ஒரு பிளான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். ஸோ அதுக்கு உங்களோட சப்போர்ட் எப்படி இருக்கும்? பிளான் AdBlue மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் கம்பெனி.
ஸோ AdBlue மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் வந்து யூகேல பிளான் செட்டப்
பண்ணுற மாதிரி.
லெட் மீ நோ எந்த which part of UK எதை ஐடென்டிஃபை
இல்லை
பண்ணீங்களா?
இல்லை இப்போ ஆர்டர் மட்டும் வந்திருக்கு, நாங்கள் ப்ளேஸ் பண்ண போகிறோம். நெக்ஸ்ட் மந்த் வந்து நாங்கள் ஆர்டரை க்ளோஸ் பண்ண போகிறோம். ஸோ ஸ்ரீலங்காவில் பிளான் வந்து பார்த்துட்டோம். இப்போ யூகேக்கு வந்து நாங்கள் போகலான்னு ஒரு ஐடியா இருக்குது. என்ன காரணம்னா அங்கே கொஞ்சம் அதிகமான ஆர்டர்ஸ் இருக்குது, அது ஃப்ரைட் கொஞ்சம் அதிகமாக இருக்குங்கிறதுனால கொஞ்சம் அங்கே வந்துடலான்னு பார்க்குறோம்.
சொல்லுங்க, let me know that I'll give you my card. I can send me an email, I can connect you, I can share more details on that.
ஓகே டைரெக்டாக நான் உங்களை பார்த்துடுறேன். ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ.
Any more questions?
Thank you, sir, for your session. It was very insightful. I request Shatika Banu, Business Facilitation Officer at FameTN, to felicitate UK Deputy High Commission. So before we move on to our next session, I want to add few things. How many of you here know about MSME department's PEACE and QCert scheme? Okay. I think anyway it's a very less number, so I would like to add few points on that. So PEACE is a scheme for conducting energy audit. MSME department is giving out subsidy for conducting energy audit for conserving energy in your plant for manufacturers. And also QCert is a quality certification scheme. So you can get subsidy for getting quality, so international and domestic quality certification. So I would like to tell you that you go visit the FameTN website and check if you can see any of the quality certification that is relevant to you. Also, if you feel if any of the quality certification that needs to be added to the already available certification, please reach out to us. Please let us know. We will add that also in the scheme. And please follow FameTN in all the social media platform for more, for better reach and everything. Thank you so much. Next, we have Chennai Metro Rail Limited. I request Mr. Balamurugan, Joint General Manager, Rolling Stock, to give us presentation about CMRL and their procurement requirements.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, all of you. I am Balamurugan from Chennai Metro Rail Limited. I have come with my team, Mr. Selvakumar and Suvanya. We will explain about our Chennai Metro, basically how is it, and what will be the requirement for us, particularly for rolling stock. Now, Chennai Metro is actually a joint venture company with the central and state government with equal equity share of 50-50%. Is it not audible? Yeah. And the address is given. Recently, we relocated to metros, which is at Nandanam, which is very close to the Nandanam metro station. So there is our head office. Earlier, it was operating from Coimbatore. Coimbatore, there is a depot. So inside there was an admin block. Now it is moved to the metros, which is there in the Mount Road itself. Mount Road, just very close to the metros, Nandanam Metro railway station. Our contact number and other email details are given. Go to the next slide. As of now, we have 54 kilometers of stretch, which is available from airport to Vimko Nagar. And from this one, Alandur, again it is connecting to this central. There are two lines, which is actually the stretch corridor 1 and corridor 2, which is 44 initially. Later it is added, and it is totally 54 kilometers. Go to the next. This is actually phase 1. Phase 2, another 120 kilometers is coming up, which is from Madavaram to Chodinganallur and Madavaram to Sipcot, from Poonamalli to Lighthouse. This is actually 120 kilometers. This is actually phase 1 extension, which is from airport to initially up to Washermanpet it was available. Later it was extended up to Vimko Nagar. Go to the next. Here the route map for phase 2. This is actually particularly for phase 2. That is phase 1 with extension. This is for phase 2. So the route is shown from airport. I mean, this is from airport to Vimko Nagar. This is audible? From airport to Vimko Nagar. And this is from Madavaram to Sodinganallur, Sipcot, and Madavaram to Sodinganallur. Then Poonamali to Lighthouse. Next. So this is again bifurcated. So phase 1 extension, and phase 2. Go to the next. So our procurement progress or the process takes place like this. It's actually through notification, inviting tender, NIT. We call NIT is a standard tender process, which the tender will be published, and we will give this in the newspaper and other media. Then the tender document is uploaded in either CPP or GEM portal or even in CMRL website. Then comes to the pre-bid meeting. Once this is uploaded, then the vendors will come. This is a standard process. You must be knowing, being a government company, we'll have to follow a certain process. This actually, the tender document is uploaded. After that, you can just download and then see. With your queries, we can come and then we can have a pre-bid meeting, or you can just send your queries through emails also. Then we'll have a pre-bid meeting. Based on the pre-bid meeting, questions and clarifications will be given, either in form of addendum if there is any correction or anything to be done in the tender. With the corrigendum, it will be published. Then there will be a technical bid submission by the vendor. Then that will be taken first. The bid stage will be 2-packet system generally. So we'll first technically evaluate. Only the bidders who is qualified technically will be taken to the financial bid. That will be open, and after that, whoever is the L1, letter of award will be, and the contract will be awarded. Further, the tender will be executed. Go to the next. Next. Yeah. So actually, this is a project. In the project, CMRL phase 1, this is already completed. All civil was under design and build contracts. All the stations, building, and the viaduct, all that comes under civil. So this is actually a design and build contracts, wherein the design responsibility as well as the building of the civil structures will be under the scope of the contractor. And phase 1 extension, civil, it is only a build contract. It was not the design, because the design is already made. So the extension was only for build only contracts. Then for the system actually, the the station and other civil structure construction, we call it as civil. Otherwise, all other system, including rolling stock, signaling, telecom, all these things, even E&M, traction system, all that we call as system. In metro, civil and system we call. All other thing except the civil structures and stations, for example, station, track, all that, all other things comes under system. So phase 2, civil build only contract, and the system again. System, all are supply and installation or design and build contracts. For phase 2 still, the rolling stock part generally will go for design and build only, because it is even the trains are upgraded. Initially it was with ATO we call, ATO, automatic train operation. Now it is actually UTO, unattended train operation. So that way the technology is upgraded, wherein we'll go for design and build contracts also. Next. So generally we just go, I have already told you about this procurement process. So generally we just go through GEM. We are trying to migrate 100% to procure through GEM. GEM is actually a government portal, wherein the government also insisting upon all the government companies should go procurement process through GEM, which is very transparent. And MSME is also having a lot of advantages. I'll just explain about it, you must be knowing. Then CPP portal, either this or that, but we give more preference to the GEM portal only. Yeah, so generally for MSMEs, this EMD is exempted. EMD is exempted, and the tender fee also is exempted. For MSME, if anybody having valid MSME certificate, for them the EMD will be exempted, tender fee also will be exempted. Plus, This in general, either it is CPP or GEM, this will be in general for any procurement process from CMRL. Then the purchase preference for MSME vendor through GEM. If you are participating through GEM, then if you are if the L1 bidder is a non-MSME bidder and the MSME bidder has become the L2 bidder, then you will be, but your rate should be less than 15%. Then you will get the benefit of this one. The award, contract will be splitted, and then there will be some importance given to MSME bidder also. Some portion of the contract you will get awarded. Otherwise, all other standard conditions will be there. Even the payment terms also, we can even go for different methods. Even in GEM also, we have all modes. Single source procurement, BOK based, open tender, all kind of things are available through GEM. So I request all MSME units to get registered. You will have a lot of benefits. And all the government companies slowly will move to procure through GEM only. It is actually from the guidelines from the government of India also. Next. Yeah. So when we talked about all these projects, where is the requirement for MSME is a big question from you. I can understand. But the initial stage of the project, when you go in project stage, generally the contracts are awarded to a bigger maybe company, because the value and this thing is together as a package. When you talk about station, all components comes under a single package. Track, it comes from line to, kilometer wise they'll talk. And rolling stock, when they talk about train, rolling stock is nothing but train, so many numbers, like that. So it will go as a package, wherein the contractor has to identify, the major supplier also, or the vendor, whoever is participating in taken, the contract, they'll have to identify and then propose the vendors. We generally insist upon, even government is now telling indigenization, localization, Atmanirbhar Bharat, all that. So based on that, there should be a local content also. So 60%, if it is having that also having some benefits, plus we insist upon maximum of indigenization, so that it is a compulsion for the bigger player also to identify some local partner to take on board to supply so many other components and subsystems. So in that, rolling stock alone, when you talk about rolling stock, the train alone, we have 3,000 plus components in the train. Generally, when we talk about metro, we say it is all imported. We just see the train and we feel that it is imported or we have nothing to do with that. But it has so many components, 3,000 plus components it has, in which many things are imported and locally also made. Now, many other vendors, this contractor have identified some local vendors. They develop. They have some agreement, then they develop. Some may be from MSME, otherwise they'll just identify vendor, they'll just procure and then install. And when we insist upon, because the quality, we cannot go or depend on a single source, because the vendor may be proposing one particular person who has already supplied to somewhere, but their performance is not satisfactory, we may have to move on to the other person. Or now the metro, for example, now we are talking about Chennai Metro. Chennai Metro is actually this 54 kilometer as of now existing, plus another 120 is under the pipeline, which is expected to open by 26, or slowly by, the last one will be by 28, the last station will be opened, all 120 kilometers. Plus, from airport to the new station, new bus stand, Kilambakam also is getting extended, another 15 kilometer. Then, over and above, the Coimbatore as well as Madurai, this also in the DPR stage. It is almost completed. So metro will be coming for Coimbatore as well as Madurai. And in Trichy, Tirunelveli and Salem, there the feasibility study is going on. Which kind of metro can be brought, all that. So this all is as of now being dealt by CMRL. Only we are talking about Tamil Nadu, there this much of scope. And if you see in India, almost 50 cities will be with metro shortly. And already more than 15 cities are having metros. So that way, if you see rolling stock means, yes, there will be different, by look, it may differ. It may appear a bit different. But otherwise, the components more or less the same. Mostly it will be the same, and apart from that, the government is also standardizing this metro to have, standardized product and all that. So that way, if you see, the scope is so huge. And apart from the project phase, we'll have to get into the maintenance phase also. The trains will be supplied, system will be supplied, and the civil construction will be over in the project phase. Further, it has to be maintained. So civil structure is for 100 years life, rolling stock at least for 30 or 35 years. Now it is actually 35 years. It has to be maintained. For maintaining that, there are components in the train which has to be replaced. Any consumables, we say that every year or less than 2 years we will keep replacing. any consumable which is actually oil, grease, gaskets, filters, all these things we replace every 1 year or 2 year. Otherwise also the components has its own life, other components we call as, the other spare parts. So which we generally replace maybe at the 5th year, 10th year or 15th year like that. So already the Chennai Metro has almost completed 10 years from the date of supply of the first train, to say, maybe not from the service start, but otherwise the trains were having this much of age. So when the ages approaches and the kilometer gets gained by the train, it has to be the certain components have to be replaced. So all those components we cannot depend on foreign vendors. We will have to develop locally. Certain things we have already developed, which is actually earlier imported. We have developed locally through MSMEs. Many MSMEs also we have taken on board. Last time we had conducted there was a MSME event, MSME Connect in Guindy. There we have even put our stall where we have displayed our components. Later in May 17th and 18th, we have conducted an event there in our depot. Coimbatore depot itself, almost 20-21 companies have participated, and then they have showcased their components, plus our products also we have showcased there. So by that, we had a good understanding about products also. Or if somebody is really interested again to come and then see, then anytime you can just come to Coimbatore Metro Depot, wherein we can just see things and then see what is the possibility of MSME boarding on this. We particularly face some problems with the pneumatic system. If anybody is so expert in pneumatic system, we can directly interact with them. Plus other components also there. Already participated people can come, otherwise also new people can come and then see the products. And if something can be developed, then you can just start doing it. So that way, so Metro as a whole is having a lot of potential for MSME, because we cannot, when you depend on foreign vendors, there are single source developed, and then long lead time is there, cost is there. The product manufacturing cost may be less, but for export and import, the cost is added. So totally the cost is so huge. So to make even any metro or any system sustainable, the cost also should be under control. That way, it is actually a very good thing to take MSMEs also on board, wherein you can just give at affordable price, and the quality wise it should be good, because many things are involved with safety, and we are particular about quality also, because this is a sophisticated system, not like a common train. So that way we just have listed out few components is particularly belonging to rolling stock only, not the other systems. This is actually a circuit breaker. The rating and other things we have already mentioned. So this is actually the CCTV video recorder. Video recorder without hard disk. Hard disk also can be a part of it, which we can add it. So this is a normal speaker actually. We have speakers also for the passenger announcement system in the train, both is internal as well as external, for which also we have requirement. This is actually the light, marker light. In the train front and rear or inside, all that we have different lightings. Inside also we have saloon, lights. We are migrating to LED. As of now it is with the tube, fluorescent tube only. We are migrating to LED. If somebody is good in making LED based lights, they can also approach us. Mostly all these lights now we are migrating to LED. This is again the saloon indicator light, wherein the door, door opening, closing, all that will be indicated by these lights. This is again headlights. It's mostly related to lights. Next. This is a conical spring. In the bogie, there will be a primary suspension in which this, conical spring will be there, which is called primary suspension. This is actually the solenoid valve for the pantograph up and rise, up and down operation. Next. This is actually the pneumatic valve to reduce the pressure. Next. This is a Viper motor in the front of the train. There will be a Viper operating system, which is a small system, but it has, lot of connectivity in that. So we need this also to be localized. This is a transformer radiator, simple fabricating item. So baby compressor actually, which is having a pressure rating of, maybe go back, 3 to 6 bar. Next. Okay, next. So this is actually the touch screen. The touch screen displays the DDU. We call it as DDU, driver display unit. So this also we can localize. Maybe the whole unit we no need to do. Only the touch screen itself we can just develop locally. We have already done it locally here. This is a damper for the bogie mountain. Vertical and lateral dampers we have, which is having the seal kit inside. It's oil-based seal kit is there, which is actually to have the better oscillation. This is again a light, LED based. Okay, so the cards also, PCB cards we have plenty in the train. If anybody is good in making this PCB cards or repair or, troubleshoot, those people also can approach us. Thank you. So this is actually very small part of the components requirement. This is urgently required. Otherwise, the components requirements are so huge. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah. Yeah.
Sir, I visit often to Delhi Metro Railway Corporation as well as Noida Metro Railway Corporation for collecting a payment of our energy. So what we request you, sir, see, World Bank and Asian Development Bank, there is a scheme which we have worked with the Delhi Metro. So that scheme, we would like to request you to take up because you have a massive infrastructure putting up where Delhi Metro and Noida Metro already they put up a matrix. I think from UK, I think some SRS come. So they're all having a specialized consultant who work with World Bank and Asian Development Bank like W.S. Atkins and Parson Bincroft. So they give you a fund for solarization of your metro projects.
Hello.
So solarization, now you have 108 station or 118 station running almost 24 hours, going to run for 24 hours. So that scheme we worked with Delhi Metro and we put a plant in Madhya Pradesh. From Madhya Pradesh, not only us, some other Indian independent power producers came from Delhi. We put up together almost 12 power producers and we supplied from Madhya Pradesh to interstate transmission network to Delhi Metro, sir. So same scheme, because you are under construction, maybe within 2-3 years, I'm also from Madras. So we have a large, that dry land, almost 5,000, 10,000 acres in Tamil Nadu, and you can also get that kind of a land. So once you work out with the UK embassy, with various consultants, they advise you with get a huge fund for solarization of project. That would help us also to work with you. That kind of a scheme, sir. That will be a lowest cost energy
Solar
producer.
to an extent, we have already done it.
Okay.
Actually, in a depot, if you come and see our shades all
Yes.
installed with
Yes.
solar plants.
Yes.
Plus this also we can
Yeah,
just
this is a large scale
correct.
project where we exclusive put up Chennai Metro Solar Park.
Right.
What we did in MP.
Yeah.
Exclusively for Chennai Metro Solar Park of 10,000 acres. Different producers will produce as per the World Bank and ADP requirement from consultant from UK.
You do only the design and build, or you will just
design and bid as well as
operate
submission
also.
operates.
Okay.
O&M.
25
Up to
years
end,
kind of.
up to starting with the starting of project. We already work, almost that is a 5-year scheme, sir.
Okay.
Madhya Pradesh, there was an energy secretary, I've forgotten his name. He has exclusively worked with the Delhi Metro for getting that order, and we are happy to work. Almost we are supplying 150 megawatt, and almost other expansion also going on, sir.
Yeah,
thank you, sir. Thank you
They
very
will
much.
connect with the concerned person who is
Please.
actually the from
Please,
E&M.
sir,
They will
please.
be taking care
Yeah,
of
I
this.
also spoke to
Well-
one time Mr. Arjunan
Oh,
recently
okay,
and
okay.
submitted and various
Director of
documents. But as we bet here,
Yeah.
it will be because you are keep on shifting offices at various places. Hope we can work together, and we can also submit document from our side, sir.
Right.
Convey
Thank you.
my regards to Mr. Arjunan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Is there any question?
We are a Chennai-based chemical manufacturing firm. You mentioned about the maintenance part of the Chennai Metro.
Correct.
Now, we can offer products like grease and cleaning agents. So, how is that done? Is it through the GEM portal, or it will have to be approached separately?
You can just meet our people and then give your pamphlet kind of things. What are the components which you supply?
Okay.
And generally we process through GEM. Through GEM, whatever the requirement, we directly procure through CMRL. Otherwise, certain things we keep under the contractor scope itself. For example, the cleaning, housekeeping and train cleaning, we have outsourced. So we list out all these components in the contract itself. So the contractor has to identify the, good component or equivalent to that. And they allow to submit to us for approval. That time we can just evaluate it and then see that it is. And if possible, you can just plan for a demo also. You can perform a cleaning activity in a train or whatever the other locations and then give a demonstration for understanding purpose. Later we can just connect to the contractor.
For that, the concerned office will be Coimbatore Metro?
Yeah, you can come. For the train related, you may come to Coimbatore. But for the stations, you will have to go to the metros, which is Nandanam.
No, we'll be interested
Head
in
office.
the train related.
Train related to us, you can directly approach. We are there in Coimbatore.
Is there any other question?
Yeah.
Sir, I am Parthsarthi, Deputy Director, Industries Department, Central Electrical Testing Laboratory.
Oh, good.
We have been accredited laboratory for 32 electrical items, and we have also facilities for testing of LED lamps and fittings. May I know where CMRL is using facilities for testing of LED lamps used in the metros?
Actually, this LED lights is a part of contract itself. It is there initially.
Okay.
It is under the rolling stock supplier scope to test these laboratories. To test this item and then provide the evidence for the testing.
Okay.
So that way, it is actually proven. Only one time type test will be done. After that, it is not done actually. Then it is only used.
Okay.
When we develop any new products, then we will insist upon all these things. Again, the contractor has to get it done through an NABL accredited laboratory and submit the evidence for the certificates.
Actually, may I tell one thing that CETL is a government consultant for testing of electrical items.
Correct.
Of course, CMRL is in part and parcel of government of Tamil Nadu. It is both central and state government that is joint venture. But we have not come across no samples from CMRL.
That's what actually as of now.
Even for type test and as well as the bulk purchaser has to do the acceptance test while going for bulk purchase. So for which CETL is accredited. I request CMRL to take care of that is CETL Kakalur for its testing purposes, please.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other question?
To make it clear again, actually this particular item is already supplied by rolling stock supplier. The same item when we use, we don't go for any new testing. When we go for now we are changing. All these lights we are changing to LED. You have the facility for LED light testing?
We have complete facilities for testing of LED lamps and fittings
Okay.
and inclusive of LM79.
Okay.
It is enable accredited laboratory on one part, on the other part it is government consultant, government of Tamil Nadu consultant for electrical procurements. Of course, everyone is asking type test report for that is initially
Correct.
along with the test report. But நம்ம தமிழில் சொல்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு பானை சோற்றுக்கு ஒரு சோறு பதம் அப்படின்னும் போது when we go for bulk purchase அப்படின்னும் போது அதில் ரேண்டமாக ஒரு 100 சாம்பிளுக்கு ஒரு சாம்பிள் acceptance test. Of course, type testing may consist of a number of tests for product certification and licensing mark அதுக்கு போகிறது. பட் acceptance test அப்படின்னும் போது ஒரு பல்க் பர்ச்சேசர் வந்து ஒரு பானை சோத்துக்கு ஒரு சோறு பதம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி ப்ரொபோஷனேட்டாக அவங்க என்ன குவான்டிட்டி பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணுறாங்களோ அந்த குவான்டிட்டிக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி acceptance test with which will have a small number of tests, mandatory test. We have complete facilities. We also used to receive samples all over India, of course from all leading brand manufacturers, Bureau of Indian Standards and central government projects being implemented in other states. But we yet to see any samples from CM, that is Chennai Metro Rail. I hope year in after we used to see samples from CMRL also. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your session.
Thank you very much.
I request Ms. Shatika Banu, Business Facilitation Officer at FAME TN, to felicitate CMRL. Thank you, sir. Next, we have our final presentation from Bharat Heavy Electronics Limited. I request Mrs. Karthika, Manager Outsourcing, to give us a presentation about Bharat Heavy Electronics Limited and their procurement requirements.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. As you all might know, BHEL is a leading Maharatna company. Am I audible now? Yeah. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. As you all might know, that BHEL is a leading Maharatna company, and we are a leading firm in engineering and manufacturing enterprise who is contributing majorly in energy and infrastructure sectors. We are building nation together. And BHEL is having 16 manufacturing units all over the country. And as this meeting is being held in Tamil Nadu, the major focus today is the products being outsourced or being brought by BHEL Trichy. The major product by BHEL Trichy is boiler and its structures and all other auxiliary items. So the topic on focus for the today's meet is, sir, 1 second. Sir, previous slide, please. Yeah, business areas served by BHEL. Here, the today's focus is BHEL Trichy majorly, and opportunities for MSMEs, products purchased or outsourced by BHEL, and the purchasing process, which is majorly similar to the CMRL presentation which we had earlier, and the vendor registration procedure and the benefits extended to MSMEs. So, as I said earlier, these are the products being manufactured by BHEL Trichy with a major focus to outsourcing. Last year, that is the financial year 22-23, we had outsourced for approximately 95,000 metric ton, full of structural items. And this year, we are planning 1 lakh plus tons. So many MSMEs will be interested, and we are in need of many MSMEs who are focused in fabrication as well as machining, which we'll go through in detail. So in Trichy, we are procuring or outsourcing through 3 business models. One is through where we directly procure the bought-out items. And the second route is subcontracting, which is again bifurcated into 2 models, one with vendor material and one with BHEL material, so which I will go through in detail. And the third one is services or work contracts. Basically, like transport contract or something like that will be covered in services or work contracts. So, as I am from outsourcing, I will take in depth with outsourcing where there is a scope of MSMEs in large. But I would like to also show these are the few products that we are procuring through route. That is directly we will place a PO on vendor, and these are the items bought as such from the vendors. Next. So next 2 to 3 slides will be in depth showing the items which is being procured as such from the vendors through purchase route. Basically, engineering is also by vendors, like a cloth sponge. Okay, these are all small items, clinical thermometers, copper nail. So it's just to give an idea. Machine screws, oil-bound distemper, pipettes, pillows, paint remover, etc. So here today's major focus is through outsourcing. As I said earlier, we are outsourcing in 2 models. One is with BHEL material. That is, we will issue the material, basically like high costly material like P91 or titanium, where MSME vendors will find difficult to procure the raw materials. So such materials we will buy, we will issue the material to the vendors. They have to do only the fabrication, and then they have to deliver back. The second model is with vendor material. These focus like majorly the structural items, all beams, columns, all those items where vendor will find easy to invest in raw material. We will operate through vendors material. So Trichy, BHEL Trichy is procuring or operating outsourcing in both the models equally. So in OSB process, as I said, we register a vendor, we float a tender, and then once order is placed on a vendor, the material is cleared. Material clearance here is against a PO. So what all materials is required against a product for to be manufactured, those materials are issued from BHEL Trichy to the vendors, and then for that, because our material is being issued to the vendors, one of the mandatory requirement is bank guarantee. For the materials being issued, vendors are expected to submit some bank guarantee like 25% or 50% based on the material cost. And then on submission of BG, the material will be clear to the vendors. Vendors will fabricate the items, offer for inspection, and that will be handed back to the Trichy unit. So this is OSB process. And we will also do the material accounting. Once, like say, to manufacture a product, 10 tons of material is being issued. The final product is 7 tons. So the 3 tons, majorly, like we will bifurcate into 2 routes. One is off-cut or one is scrap. So off-cut material is which can be used for further processing for some other items. Scrap is which cannot be used in for further processing. So material accounting also will be done and then submitted. So then second model is OVM, where the it is similar to module, I can say, where we will place PO, raw material procurement by vendor. Straightly we can go for manufacture and then inspection. So these are the major products which are being outsourced, both in OSB or in OVM route by BHEL Trichy. Ceiling girders, columns, backstays. It is majorly outsourcing intrinsic, and fabrication is a major activity which is expected from MSME vendors. So I have few slides where the pictures of the products are shown. This is a ceiling girder. Here one piece will have approximately 100 metric ton, and the length of a ceiling girder, which is coming in the boiler, the top floor column. So the length will be like approximately 30 meter. Single piece of 30 meter length and 100 meter weight, 100 metric ton weight. And these are columns, basically in plus style or box column will be expected. And the length of a column, one column will be like 12 to 25 meters, and weight will be like 15 to 40 metric tons. So these are all fabricated basically, as you can understand, it is all plate formed. From the structural items or from plate, all these structures are fabricated and it is being supplied. So this is a picture of a duct. So duct also we have circular ducts, square or rectangular ducts. And this is bellow. So it is like basically the raw material here is 3 mm plate. 3 mm plate which is fabricated into this kind of bellows. It's a wind box assembly which is coming inside the furnace. So this is a wind box picture. Gravimetric feeder. So these are all fabricated items. It is basically made from plates or small machined components which is being assembled into a final product and being supplied to all power plants. So here also you can see basically pipes and fittings is being assembled and then fabricated and sent to sites. Hangers and tie rods. For hangers and tie rods, we are in need of many machining facilities. So many MSMEs who has a machining facility can approach us. BHEL Trichy is in need of many machining and fabricating MSE vendors. So these are the large diameter plate formed. You can see a person is standing here. The OD of these pipes are plate formed. It is basically manufactured from a plate, rolled into a pipe or a miter bend kind of structures. So here the maximum OD will be like 3.3 meters. So plate of like a 10 mm or 16 mm, it is rolled into 3 meter pipes and miter bends. Also piping clamps. So vendors who are having rolling facilities, they can approach us for manufacturing of clamps. So there is another section of valves. So here the small items for, here also the concentration is for fabrication MSEs only. Fabrication and machining is mostly required. So top cover, piston rod, whatever the small items which are coming in the valves internals, we are in need of MSE vendor support. So as a CMRL's presentation, we have seen our procurement process also is similar to CMRL's, as we are a public enterprise. So material management for procurement, they are mostly through GEM. For outsourcing, as of now, we are floating tenders through NIC portal, National Informatics Center. We are also slowly rolling out to GEM. So for subcontracting, it is through tender, open tender or limited tender. For items which is new, like ceiling girder or heavy metric ton, we are going for open tenders, where again there will be 2-part bid. Part 1 technical and part 2 is price bid. And otherwise, for all these fabrication items, we have a vendor source in and around Trichy. the basic prerequisite is you have to get enlisted in our PMDs, because we generally prefer limited tenders for such items. Because the vendor will be very much aware of the product. They have to be in and around, Trichy, from Trichy, they have to be in and around 350 kilometers. That is what we expect for OSB process, where the material collection and material return is involved. For OVM process, they can be all over from India. So this is the link NIC portal where outsourcing is floating tenders. As I already said that this year we are planning for 1 lakh ton outsourcing. So there is a huge scope for MSC vendors. People can note down to this portal, and I will quickly go through the vendor registration process also. So where you can get yourself enrolled. Once in the portal itself, there are a list of items and checklists given. You can go through the process, the manufacturing facilities that you have, what we expect from you. Once if you are fulfilling the criteria, you can get yourself enrolled, and you can actively participate in these tenders. So as the earlier presentation says, I am also repeating the same thing, benefits extended to MSMEs. 25% of the tendered quantity will be for the MSME if your price is L1 plus 15 band. L1 for, if your price is like L1 within L1 plus 15%, then you will get the MSME preference for 25% earmarked quantity, and minimum 3% reservation for women-owned MSCs, and 6.25 for SC and ST and entrepreneurs. So payment also, we are actively encouraging the MSME vendors to get registered in TREDS, where you can get the payment within 45 days for MSE vendors. For other vendors, it is slightly 60 to 90 days is there, but in order to encourage MSME vendors, we are encouraging you to get registered through TREDS. And there is also a Samadhan portal where you can address your grievances. So this is the vendor registration portal, supplier.bhl.in, where if you, next slide please. In that, if you click on the material search, then you will get a list of all the products that we are outsourcing. In that, you can choose Trichy, or Trichy subcontractors. So in both the list, so if you want to go for this OSB or OVM for which subcontracting is required, you can choose Trichy subcontractors tab. Ma'am, next slide please. So here a screenshot is shown. This is with the BHL material. Sample is shown. Actually, there are so many PMDs. We call it as product material directory. There are so many. Here we have just shown this thing. So here, the first one you can see auto welded beams and backstays. If you click on the checklist here, you will get to know what are all the facilities that we expect from you. So once you are fulfilling, you can it's a quick process to get yourself registered. It is a transparent process. So you can get yourself registered, and then you can participate in all the limited tenders that we are floating. See, this is as I said, the checklist. Here it is showing the land details, how much it is required, covered shed, power capacity. So each and every facility, what we expect. It is clearly written. Once you fulfill, it is a one-time BHL officials will come and visit your firm. With that, you will get registered in our product material directory. So this is vendor registration portal. You can go for the new registration. Once you go through the products, and then if you are interested to get enlisted, you can go for the new registration tab, and then it will ask a few details like your organizational details, manpower details, your facilities, your experience list in the product. So once you fulfill everything, and then you can get it submitted. Next one. So this is just a step-by-step procedure. We can leave with maybe you can get embassies, you can help for this thing. So online, once you submit it online, application will be evaluated, spot assessment by BHL officials will take place, and then you will be registered as vendor. So registration is mandatory to participate in limited tenders. Open tenders for new products or for a heavy tonnage project inquiries, we go for open tender. Otherwise, on and off, we will be floating only limited tenders. Like every month we are floating, or every year we can say like 100 tenders we are floating. So out of which majority will be like limited tenders. So registration is mandatory, and here we have listed out where we critically require MSME vendors for this galvanized handrails, blasting and painting, and then bellows, venturi meters, flow meters, and gravimetric feeder. So here are the contact details. You can take a pic of it. And I will also leave my contact details to the committee. Maybe if you are interested in any other products of BHL also, I will be gladly helping you. Thank you.
Is there any question?
Madam, our company BVK Group work with the Bangalore office at BHL. So we face two problems with the BHL. So problem is you split into many contracts, madam. Suppose we go into a floating solar plant. We work for Andhra Pradesh. There is a Bangalore office. What happens? Suppose if I take a power plant work, we work for a power plant. So you split into one contract into 10 multiple contract. Compound wall, one contract. Painting, one contract. Leveling, one contract. So that it gives a very harassment for us, for various companies. We can't go for a lump sum basis where you, BHL, because we work with NTPC, NLC, they don't have that kind of system. I don't know why BHL is adapting that kind of a system. One contract has divided into various multiple contracts. Maybe for some work, I think you can maybe think over with your management. Even in Trichy also, we have done some projects. So before it was not there, and then the management has made of instead of making like if it's a 500 rupees contract, 500 crores contract, it divided into almost into multiple contracts. So that should be one thing. And second is some payment issues also coming from the BHL. That's all. That's otherwise we don't face a problem. Almost past 10 years, I'm working with the various power sector of BHL, various units.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you for your feedback, sir. Actually, we generally don't split. I'm from contracting only, so we don't generally split a contract based on the value. If it is like 500 crore, then we split into 500 crores. We don't do that generally. In fact, in order to promote competitiveness, we want to always club the contracts. Like, you know, when I'm floating a tender for 100 tons, then I obviously get a competitive price. So I don't split it into 20 tons, and we don't result in loss, right? Item-wise also, there might be like, we have our stringent purchase policies where back-to-back outsourcing is not permitted by Government of India. So it is like if you are procuring a full lot again from you, then what is that BHL is doing? So maybe, I don't know, like I'm not the product owner of this solar thing. I know only Trichy's product. Anyway, we will give this feedback to Trichy group also. We will get in touch. And this payment, that is why TREDS have been introduced. I hope you are already enrolled in TREDS. So once TREDS, you will get the payment immediately. No? You can go for the discounting and you can get payment within 45 days. So we are also trying to help you out because this Atmanirbhar Bharat, all these initiatives by India, it is like to mutually help us, and we both have to mutually. Okay, sir. Okay, that is why we are encouraging more and more MSCs to get enrolled in this TREDS because. Okay. Okay. You are enrolled in TREDS, sir? Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, sir. Definitely, I will give the feedback to Bangalore group too, definitely.
Is there any question? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the presentation. I request Shadika ma'am to give the felicitate BHL. So before we end our session, we would like to give a short brief on WRA and its initiative. So World Resources Institute, that is WRA. WRA India is an international climate change focused non-profit organization. WRA, now in collaboration with FAME-TN, has come up with a project for MSMEs in the Chennai auto component cluster. to help build their capacity as to reduce their emissions and build climate resilience. They are now looking for MSMEs who are interested in decarbonizing their manufacturing processes, and they plan to closely work with them for the next 3 years. If you would be interested, please get in touch with Mr. Supradesh and Ms. Ramya from WRA in the information desk outside the hall. Thank you. And as we are about to end this today's session, I would like to thank you all for coming here and have a wonderful session with us. I hope you have found the session informative and useful. Lunch is served here. So thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Sir, on the behalf of All India Power Producers Association as well as Indian Power Producers, I thank you, the government of Tamil Nadu, for organizing such a wonderful meet, and it helps a lot. Whenever we attend meeting, we know each other, we could come each other. I supposed to catch a flight today morning to Delhi, but they have called me. No, you should come and discuss with us, sir. 2 days you should be here. You should not go out. So we have also seen a new minister has come in the Tamil Nadu Industrial Development. Hope we make a more effort than other places. I used to visit not less than 20 states in all over India to various opportunities for the projects. So whenever I am from Tamil Nadu, stay in Coimbatore or Ananagar, so I used to think about Tamil Nadu also to various states capital when I visited. This is a good opportunity, madam, to meet all, and I hope I am coming to Trade Center after a long time because of your invitation. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, thank you once again. Thank you all. This is a learning opportunity for all of us here, and your feedback is most important for us to constantly better ourselves and provide targeted services in the future. FameTN, facilitating MSMEs of Tamil Nadu, is an autonomous body under the MSME Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, started in the year 2019 to facilitate MSMEs of Tamil Nadu towards access to finance, markets, technology, and so on. I now request Ms. Shatika Banu, Business Facilitation Officer at FameTN, to give us a brief introduction on FameTN and its initiatives. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all. Yuraka has set the context about FameTN. I will go on the pillars of FameTN. There are 4 main pillars. That is, one is investment promotion facilitation. Under this, single window portal will be coming, and trade promotion facilitation, their sponsorship policy and other buyer-seller meets, and onboarding onto e-commerce websites, kind of marketing things will be coming under trade promotion facilitation. Facilitating MSME financing, TN TREDS scheme, TN CGS, credit guarantee scheme, MSME Samadhan for delayed payments, all those facilitation will come under financing facilitation under FameTN. Knowledge dissemination about peace energy audit scheme பத்தி உங்களுக்கு disseminate பண்றது information. Single window portal na என்னன்னு சொல்லிட்டு உங்களுக்கு disseminate பண்றது. So all those will come under such kind of workshops is all knowledge dissemination. These are the main 4 pillars through which FameTN is facilitating MSMEs. Under this investment promotion facilitation, for a new business to be set up, நீங்க ஒரு புது எஸ்டாப்லிஷ்மெண்ட் தொடங்குறீங்க இல்லனா எக்ஸ்டெண்ட் பண்ண போறீங்க expand பண்ண போறீங்க உங்களோட business, you need many NOCs, clearances from other departments. For that purpose, you can apply. If you are an MSME and you have Udyam certification, you can directly apply online through single window portal. Through that, you will get clearances of 192 NOCs from 25 departments. There is a dedicated team in our FameTN office who follows up individually, personally with each and every department. The greatest achievement is for a DTCP approval. Earlier it was 90 to 90 days maximum. Now the turnaround time for that has been reduced to 20 days. So we are following it up with every department and making the NOCs easier for you. And for trade promotion facilitation, sponsorship policy you will be getting. Like for if you are a micro enterprise, a medium enterprise, or micro or small enterprise, subsidy will be given for reimbursement of airfare if you are going to a foreign country or any domestic travel to other states. Reimbursement on airfare, accommodation and travel expenses will be reimbursed. Also for the stall charges, if you are setting up stalls in the any kind of expo or in Nandambakam, you are setting any stalls, you will be getting reimbursement for that. And for MSME financing, TN TREDS, Tamil Nadu TREDS the flagship scheme. Normally TREDS, if you have been onboard, you will be knowing, you will be having 90 days credit period for private players. You can upload your invoices to any private place for your delayed payments. Now in TN TREDS, we have our department, MSME department, has been in contact with many PSUs, and 87 PSUs have been onboarded. Like Tambaram Corporation, Greater Chennai Corporation, TNEB, Tangentco, all big players have been onboarded. So as a contractor or as a vendor, if you are having any pending bill or invoices with these departments or PSUs or societies or apex societies or corporations, you can come to our office, get onboarded as a vendor, and if that particular buyer is there onboarded on TN TREDS, you can upload your invoice. Once you upload your invoice, within 48 hours, 90% of your invoice bill will be discounted through TN TREDS bill discounting platform, and you will be getting 90% invoice within 48 hours. Yes, for it might be delayed for 6 months. Maximum, if you are having a delayed bill of 3 months, you can come and upload it. First get onboarded, then upload and get the amount within 48 hours. And another MSME financing scheme is TNCGS, Credit Guarantee Scheme. This Credit Guarantee Scheme is also, Tamil Nadu is the first pioneer state to give 90% credit guarantee to MSMEs who are applying collateral-free loan. If you want a collateral-free loan, and if you are obtaining loan up to ₹40 lakhs, Tamil Nadu government is giving guarantee of 90%, which any other state is not giving. And if you are obtaining a loan from above 40 lakh to 5 crore. Earlier the limit was 2 crore, now it has been expanded to 5 crore. For a loan up to 40 lakh to 5 crore, you will be getting guarantee of 80%. And another delayed payment monitoring system is MSME Samadhan. except 87 PSUs that have been onboarded, government PSUs, if you are having any pending invoices in private players or corporates or private entities, you can file a complaint. You can file it online MSME Samadhan complaint online. Within 15 days you apply, you will be called for a quasi-judicial sitting. Our Industries Commissioner, Director of Industries Commerce is the chairperson for that. She has quasi-judicial powers. There are 4 councils. One council is in Chennai, one is in Madurai, one in Trichy, and one in Coimbatore. So your problems will be settled within 3 hearings. And for knowledge dissemination, we are conducting continuous workshops. For in each and every district, we are conducting single window portal awareness program. Recently, it got over in Dindukal, Theni, Namakkal, and Karur. Earlier in Coimbatore. So we are covering 38 districts, giving knowledge dissemination on what is single window portal, what is PEACE program. PEACE is energy audit program. For energy audit, you will be getting 75% subsidy. In your entity, if you want to have an energy audit, if you can contact an empaneled energy auditor, get the energy audit done, and get 75% reimbursement. And for implementation, you have 90% reimbursement. That is the PEACE scheme. And for quality certification, if you want to obtain any domestic quality certification, there is a maximum ceiling of rupees 2 lakh, up to which you can get the reimbursement. If you are applying for an international certification, you can get up to rupees 10 lakh reimbursement. So these are the facilities in setting up a business, in the operational stage of the business. The Tamil Nadu government is facilitating MSMEs. Please obtain this. You can come to CITCO office, FAMTN office, RJD office for the schemes. Anywhere you can approach us for all these schemes. Any doubt, you can clarify it. CITCO building, first floor, FAMTN office. Yes. Any other queries? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us introduction on FameTN. Now we'll move to the most awaited part of the program, presentation by buyers from various sectors on their procurement requirements. After each of the presentation, MSMEs can raise their queries to buyers. First, we have Basics Live from the textile sector. I request Mr. Feroz, Head of Design and Merchandising, to give us a presentation about basics and their procurement requirements. Over to you.
Thank you, Eureka. Could you please play the presentation that we had given you, please? Yeah. This is just a glimpse of our company, just for you to get a fair amount of idea before we start. There was a small introduction of our company and the various departments that we have. Hello everyone, a very good afternoon to all. We are honored and grateful for being given this opportunity to be participating in such a wonderful event. Thank you, Eureka, for coordinating the last bits that we had to spend together. We thank the MSME department, Government of Tamil Nadu, in conceptualizing and bringing together the MSME sector of Tamil Nadu, providing a platform for opportunities of growth, solutions, and opportunities as well. We personally thank my directors, Mr. Hanif and Mr. Suhail, for giving me this opportunity to represent our company in this prestigious forum. We are from Hasbro Clothing Private Limited. We own and operate the menswear brand called Basics. With over 140 retail stores spanning all of India and over 1,500 touch points of retails, we humbly state that our brand has originated from the state of Tamil Nadu and has grown to become a force to reckon with in the retail industry in its own right. Yes, it has been a very humble beginning, as it would be with many of our fellow entrepreneurs here. With the able leadership and vision of our directors, we have been able to grow from one level to another consistently. Our product range is classified in 26 categories of apparels and accessories, a complete solution for a man's wardrobe. That's our target in terms of product per se. So ranging from shirts, t-shirts, jeans, trousers, winter wear, accessories like luggage, footwear, innerwear, bags, you name whatever you want to under menswear category, we provide them all. It's a complete solution for a man's wardrobe, providing with the latest global fashion trends. That's why when you see our video clipping, we have an exclusive department for research, design, and development. That is a key fundamental area of our business. Our aim is to deliver excellence in all touch points of our business, starting from customer experience, product offering, in delivering industry best practices, adding value to all stakeholders within and outside the organization. We sincerely hope that this time that we would be engaging together will be mutually beneficial. So the topic that was given to me was why large companies do not associate themselves with the smaller MSMEs in Tamil Nadu. Well, I would start by saying that this is not entirely true, because the ideal question should be, to what extent is the exposure being given to MSMEs in Tamil Nadu? That is the ideal question. And is there room for the exposure to increase? Yes, definitely yes. But there are certain reasons why buyers, including us, move on to other areas for sourcing textiles. I would broadly classify them into key areas, not diving too in depth. The first and foremost, I would say, is the first category would be R&D, the design and development. In terms of bringing in various fabrics, various accessories, the other sectors and the other mills and other areas, and they offer a lot of range, bringing in up-to-date fashion requirements, especially targeting the domestic market. The key underlining word is targeting the domestic market. So that's where we see a lot of research and design and development happening, where they constantly engage us by showing us new fabric options, new designs, new innovations in finishes, and new counts. In any different ways, the fabrics are being processed. So that engages a lot of interest in buyers like us, wanting to go to them and asking them the new collections that they have. Primarily, these collections are reviewed by the design team, and we bring them about in our annual collections. We do 2 seasonal collections every year, spring, summer, and autumn, winter. So these new developments come into our line, bringing and showing them in different forms to our customers. Invariably, all these hard work results to orders. And these orders eventually goes to the people who are doing the R&D. So that is a very important area that we need to focus upon. And focusing R&D, especially targeting the domestic market. That is the key. The second reason that we would want to talk about is the production capability, the infrastructure of handling large volumes. That is something that is very, very important, because handling production in large volumes also mean delivering the materials on time. With such a dynamic retail environment that we are in today, where we have no guarantees of what is going to happen tomorrow in retail, delivering the materials on time is extremely crucial. It is a matter of survival even. The third area that we'd want to talk about is the financial capabilities of these mills and other sectors. The large volumes that we handle with them, the smooth business transactions that they offer us, is something that helps us immensely. And adding to top of it, the short credit terms that they offer us, anywhere between 30 to 60 days, also helps our cash flows. So these are fundamentally the basic reasons that we would want to go to people like them, where all our solutions are being taken care of. The last point I would also add on is a strong technical team. When what happens is in textiles, obviously we all know there is going to be some problem or the other happening. So the easiest thing is to return the material back, but that's not what we want to do, because eventually our revenue is plugged onto the material. So we need strong technical teams who will help us to resolve the matter and start our productions immediately. So that is one other area that we also see with these mills outside of Tamil Nadu. Now coming to the main question. What about MSMEs in Tamil Nadu, the manufacturing sector in Tamil Nadu? Well, this is the answer. I'm sure all these advantages that we spoke about right now are definitely available with MSMEs in Tamil Nadu, and there is no doubt about it. In today's competitive environment, ideally, there is not much room for choices. Hence, the compulsion for change has to eventually happen. But to what extent is what is to be seen. Procurement from a closer location is definitely an advantage. Transportation of goods saves time and money. Quicker travel in case if there is some need is definitely much closer by. And hence the compulsion of sourcing from Tamil Nadu becomes all the more important. And adding to all of this, the pride of sourcing from our own state is definitely top of the list. But there are some key concerns and some myths, I would say, that are making the buyers wanting to go elsewhere other than Tamil Nadu. And these key areas is what I want to focus upon today. This thought we can ponder upon and see what kind of solutions we can bring about. The concern that fabrics made in Tamil Nadu represent a certain export kind of quality. The finish of the material does not suit the domestic market's requirement. Now, instead of questioning, no, this is not true, or to debate over it, I would actually call it a myth. So this needs to be broken, resolved. And how do we do that? Definitely by engaging more with the domestic market. The MSMEs in Tamil Nadu need to engage more with the buyers in the domestic market. They need to constantly better their visibility by showcasing their ability in R&D, in bringing about newer fabrics, newer finishes, innovativeness in their collection. That is something that is a very important aspect which we do not see quite often in the collections in the textile industry that we see in Tamil Nadu. The range that we mostly see are pretty old. They are not up to date. What needs to be understood here is when we talk to marketing teams in the MSMEs in Tamil Nadu, their mindset is pretty much focused upon the export market. Yeah, the export market definitely has a huge volume. They have their own set of requirements, whatnot, but everything is being fulfilled for them. But if you're interested in focusing upon domestic market, then the games of the rule are completely different. The rules of the game are completely different. So that is what we need to focus upon. Increase your visibility, increase your marketing, and definitely increase your collection. Another area that we would want to talk about is the MOQ, the minimum order quantity. Now what happens with people like us is, yes, we do have large quantities. We can offer 10,000 meters a design, 5,000 meters a design, 20,000 meters a design is possible. Because we are large scale companies, we do offer that. But we also have smaller quantities. You have to understand, when we do our road shows twice a year, we have an entire collection that is ready, presented to our buyers. And when our buyers come, there are some designs where the order quantities translate to maybe 20,000 meters in textile, but there would also be some designs where the order quantity will only translate to 1,500 meters or even 1,000 meters a design. Now that is another challenge, because when we take these challenges to the MSME sector of textiles in Tamil Nadu, the MOQ needs to be around 3,000 meters or 2,500 meters. That's the kind of setup that we have. What do we do about it? So this is a small hurdle that needs to be removed. Another key area that we can talk about is the marketing area, the way of bringing communication closer to buyers, constantly being in touch with them, understanding the requirements of the domestic market buyers is a key for the marketing people to go back to their R&D team and talk about what is the domestic market, what are they looking at, what are the kind of fabrics they're looking at, what are the changes they're looking at, are we looking in the wrong direction? That can be questioned. It's a very simple solution. If the R&D and marketing team come together, I think this entire issue can be resolved in a matter of no time. And another list of fabrics that we can talk about is, any domestic market we say, broadly in shirting, the counts that we play upon is 40s, 50s, 60s, very, very less of 2-plies. And these are not very innovative fabrics. These are not rocket science to do. These are all basic fabric counts that can be manufactured in MSME sector in Tamil Nadu. But what is important is taking these counts, bringing about a finish on this fabric that is suitable or that is wanting to be seen in the domestic market. And that is very important to look at as well. We also have our shirting and trousering requirements are close to 2 million meters a year. So that is a substantial volume, which I think, will want any MSME sector in Tamil Nadu would want to take a pie of that particular share, Lastly, another area that we can talk about is, how do we engage commercial aspects? Because when we talk about commercial aspects, like we said before, we do engage and get some credit in terms of 30 to 45 days or 60 days from the mills. In some cases, it could also be immediate payments. But when we talk to the MSME sector in Tamil Nadu, the first thing that is required is, what is the kind of advance that you can give along with the order? Or can you give us an LC along with the PO? Domestic markets don't work like that. Domestic markets run on shorter periods, so we definitely need help financially as well. We are not the export markets where the funds are huge and humongous. We are completely, it's a different ballgame altogether. So you have to understand the domestic market and play by the rules of the domestic market. I thank you all for giving your valuable time. This has been a very short and sweet information, I hope so. And we hope that we were able to engage in crucial matters. On behalf of Hasbro, we thank you all and wish you all success in all your endeavors. Thank you.
Is there any question?
Hello, I'm Shankar Lingam, CEO of Karur Exporter Association from
Hello,
Karur. We engage with only home textile. You are dealing with the only basics of wardrobe, men wardrobe. Why don't you cover this basic needs of a husband and wife? வீட்டு உபயோக ஜவுளி பொருட்கள் எத்தனையோ இருக்குதே. நம்ம சொல்ல போனோம்னா டேபிள் லினன், பிளேஸ்மேட், டேபிள் ரன்னர், டேபிள் கிளாத், பாத் லினன், பாத் டவல், shower curtain, doormats, furnishing screen, curtain, இதெல்லாம் இருக்குது. அதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் பண்ணலாமா? 140 ஸ்டோர் வச்சுருக்கீங்க, 1500 retail points வச்சுருக்கீங்கன்னு சொல்கிறீங்க. Why don't you starting with the home textile export, which is very close to this? Most of the Karur exporters are MSME only. See, we do about 10,000 crores of business in a year. So we do lot of furnishing items, lot of this home textiles, decorative items. Why don't you start from basics? This is my humble request.
Thank you so much. And it is kind of a good question. It is completely lateral thinking, I would say. But if we had to start on something apart from menswear, like you said, தலைவன் இருந்தா அடுத்தது தலைவி தான் வேணும். So we have to start women's wear. So if you have to start women's wear, then the next should be kids wear. So after we become a family store, then I think we should be talking about family matters. But soon, as you said just now, adu palikittom.
Thank you. And if anybody in the audience, you know, if you want anything from home textiles, please contact us. I'll give a number to our Eureka madam. Just I have also already given. Just to make use of this chance to get your sourcing point, okay? Even you can start, as you said, you know, you can start your MSME, and there are many facilities. Yeah, it can be done. Thank you. என்னுடைய பேர் சங்கரலிங்கம். யா, எழுதிங்க ஸ்லோவா சொல்லி. I have two numbers. Number 1, 94897 36687. I repeat it. 94897 36687. The second one is 94431 46563. I repeat again. 94431 46563. Anything you want? You want my mail ID? Yeah, CEO at the rate KTMEA. T for table, M for manufacturer, E for exporters, A for association, .in. CEO@KTMEA.in. Another email ID is admin, ADMIN @KTMEA.in. Okay? Anything else you want? Please. We are also exhibiting our samples in the display section, and you can you can visit our stalls also. Okay? Thank you. Stay in touch for all your sourcing requirement of home textiles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I would like to steal your opportunity. I'm from Anna University. So you were hinting about some problems in the R&D, right? So in case if you have any specific requirements in R&D, please let us know. So we have an exclusive textile department in Anna University, and we do have some departments in Coimbatore also. So you can get in touch with us and anyone in this hall also.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
You have some issues. I will suggest 1 or 2 suppliers from Salem for your this thing. Even 40 meters we would be able to supply. Yeah. Please stay in touch with us. And many suppliers are ready to supply even MOQ, very short quantity and very short time. Yeah. Please stay in touch with us.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much
you so
for
much,
your
all of you.
presentation. Please stay back, sir. I request Ms. Shatika Banu, BFO at FAME TN, to felicitate basics. Sir, please. Next, we have Cobbler from the leather sector. I request Ms. Praveena, lead e-commerce, to give us a presentation about Cobbler and their procurement requirements.
A warm good afternoon to everyone present here. Myself Praveena, and I'm here representing the brand Cobbler. So starting with a small introduction to our company. Eureka, can you go to the next? So talking on about our company, we are a footwear retailer company established in the year 1995 in Chennai. So today, over with 27 years of successful retailing in Chennai, we are a multi-branded retail outlet for footwear in Chennai. And currently we are at 6 stores in Tamil Nadu, 5 in Chennai and 1 in Thoothukudi. And our projection for the future by 2023 will be 10 stores. And by 2025 we are aiming to be 25 stores around Tamil Nadu. So our categories and the procurement that we do are basically from all categories of men's, women's, kids, so and accessories such as wallets, belts and handbags. So in men's we usually deal with casual shoes, formal, performance shoes, and mostly most of those shoes are machine made shoes with outsole of PU and TPR and leather. And in women's we cover all styles for all occasions, starting from flats to heels and for all occasions. So mostly women's wear footwear are something that are handmade in our stores. And in terms of kids, we currently deal with EVA based footwears and flip-flops, where we have a scope for increasing the range in kids wear. And in terms of small goods, we have accessories such as leather belts, wallets, handbags. And as I said, we are a multi-branded retailer. We house more than 25 plus international and domestic brands in our stores, some of which are Nike, Adidas, and Crocs. And in terms of domestic market, we have Language and La Marca from the south. And the label of Cobbler-based footwears are procured across India from factories and many brands. So there was a question put up across us that why large enterprises are not buying from MSMEs or not doing. So I had a discussion with my seniors in my brand, and we, as a brand Cobbler, we do a lot of business with MSMEs in terms of factories and brands. So in order to answer this question, we would say awareness would be a reason, awareness between our enterprises and you, his adherents. So that is again, fortunately, solved by facilities like FameTN to, connect with you people and also have a platform as such. So that is pretty much answering the question. So that's all from our side. This is next, contact details, email, and you can call us through this contact. Any more questions or something?
You are engaged in the production of this footwear items. Footwear is part of our textile also. Canvas you will have to supply, you will have to incorporate. Unless without canvas, no shoe is completed. So why don't you utilize our textile manufacturers and export? Do you have any textile exporters and manufacturers in contact?
Actually, we do not manufacture ourselves. We get it from factories and brands. So
outsourcing.
Yes,
you do outsourcing.
Yes.
And even for handbag, handbag also a lot of textile is involved. So please encourage our textile sector also. On behalf of textile people, I just request Cobbler for more, it's because you are into more 6 stores and you are going to become 10, right?
Yes, by 2020.
And you have a good number of MNC, brands. So utilize our MSME, and MSME, I think there is 25 to 30% of the supplies has to be supplied to from the MSME, right? So please encourage MSME people.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a very general question. I am too fresher to this field. So I want to know what is the basic requirement in the textile industry, or what and all difficulties you face. Because I initially started with the interest of exporting, but now I feel like domestic market is much better than export for the initial stage. So I just want to know what is the basic requirement. We are like manufacturers of thread, so I just want to know how we can satisfy it. If you can give any suggestion, it will be very useful for us. And our company name is SRT. You would have known, but now we are stepping it into the digital marketing, and now only we are starting marketing itself. After 25 years, we are just starting the marketing now. Because the basic thing was what we did was, in the past 25 years, we didn't get any marketing through, we didn't get any order through marketing. Like people will come to us, we'll have agents and we will give it to them. That was the basic supply which we were doing. But now, after this technological boom and everything, now we are trying to step in. So it will be very easy if I'll be able to know all the requirements, so that only I came here to know the requirements and meet you people in straight. So, sir, your inputs were very, very important for us. So, I feel that we can give samples to the people who require things, and I'll be able to get R&D from you itself, like what is your requirement, what is our fault, how we can correct it. I just want the feedback from you people, so that we'll be giving the better and serving the better for the domestic market. Is there anything would you can suggest me or help me with? Aruna Jayashree.
So, Aruna Jayashree, I think it's fantastic that you stood up and spoke just now. It is great that you've been in this industry for 25 years, and you realize now that marketing is a very important aspect, considering the times that has changed now. And you were dependent on agents before, and now you would want to handle things on your own. So, in terms of thread, we source from two important resources. One is Madura Coats, which all of us are aware of. The second is from Vardhaman. So these two should be whom you should target as your competitors. And I want personally suggesting that you study their materials, their standards, the testing levels. And definitely, we would be willing to encourage SRT. And then let us see mutually if we can develop something together. I will share my contact details with you after this, and then we'll take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other question or any other answer for Aruna's question?
I'm sorry, that is another input from Anna University for you as well. So we do have some technologies from recycled plastics to make some shoes. So you can contact us, or any of you are interested in that, you can also contact us. And for the fibers and yarns, see, we are coming up with technologies from banana fibers, from natural fibers also. So that is a more upcoming field actually. In fact, we have a special problem now where we could not make it as a yarn with the banana fibers. So people can approach us for any of these technologies. I mean, again, I'm stealing this show.
Okay.
But this is an input. I think it would be valuable to most of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
No questions here. Thank you for giving me that input. I'm from IIT Madras, and we also have a startup into machine tool building. And for leather industries, also we are making exclusive cutting machines. Instead of dies cost expensive. So we have made the compact water jet cutting machine, which can be used for stacked up multiple materials to contour the profiles. So basically for shoe industries or any kind of leather industries, that would be much more affordable, because you need not any particular design you need. You can, instead of making a huge investment on die making, you can cut out an easy profile and come out with a prototype or product. Even for mass manufacturing, it will suit you. So that's something we have for you guys. You can reach out to us and explore more. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from anybody? Thank you, Praveen.
Thank you so much.
I request Ms. Shatika Banu, our Business Facilitation Officer at FameTN, to felicitate Cobbler.
So thank you for participating in this session. So one request from our side, so please give feedback about the B2B networking that you had from morning. Please write us at office@fametn.com. This will be useful for us to conduct further B2B sessions in a much better way. This is the first time we are doing it on a larger scale, so we need your feedback for conducting it on a regular basis. So please write to us at office@fametn.com. Thank you.
As we are about to end this today's session, I would like to thank all of you for joining us here today. I hope you have found the session very informative and useful. Have a great day. Thank you once again.